Hello, welcome to our political live. Hopefully you can hear me. If somebody's in the comments, except for you, Scottish, let us know if you can hear me, because we're using a different setup of software, as you can tell by the screen that you're looking at the moment. So, Mark, hello, how you doing? Let us know if you can hear us. And if Brian says something, you can let him know if you can hear him as well. Hi, Brian.
Testing. Hi, Brian.
You all right?
Yeah, good, mate. Just feel a bit shitty at the moment, but I'm okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're happy with the SNP exit poll, I'm guessing.
Yes,
Nice one, Mark. Thank
karma.
you. Yeah. Right. So the exit polls, right? They've been accurate in the past, but I'm not sure if there's an X factor to this. Now, this is not me trying to be the internal optimist or anything like that, because I do think Labour's going to be a landslide.
Yeah,
We all think that. We all hope not, but we all think it. Well, not we all hope, but I can only speak for me. But the exit polls are done by Ipsos workers, field workers, stand outside 100 to 150 carefully selected polling stations. They count the number of people who leave and ask a certain number of them to fill out a secret ballot. Yeah, these are then counted, and then it's calculated based off that. Now, the X factor for me is look at the surveys they did beforehand. How many Reform people didn't want to be on camera? Yeah, if they're saying who do you vote for, I'd write something different on it just with them. Hello, Miss Worm. Hello, the hungry tourists. Nice to see you, Lady J. How are you doing? So yeah, how much do we trust them? That's the question. What do you think?
even if you assume it's as a baseline, at the lower end, I've got 13. I'm looking at it kind of glass half full. I mean, I'd made no secret I was going to vote Reform anyway, and everybody should vote. And like we've said the last couple of nights, vote who you think is going to be best for you.
Yeah.
Don't listen to me, don't listen to Mike, don't listen to anybody. What you think is going to be best for you and your family. But if we assume that they got the 13 that the exit poll predicted,
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad performance for a party who only put their leader in place a couple of weeks ago, who have had a dirty tricks campaign slapped against them by mass media and the other parties. I'd say that would be a good result, mate.
And
Genuinely.
and who have got a budget a fraction of every other
Yeah.
party. And it's all right giving they give them a spending cap, right? So to campaign in your area, there's a spending cap of like 20 grand. But that doesn't include online spend nationally, does it? So I think Labour pumped in 1.8 million into social media, something like that, and I've not seen any Labour social media, so I don't know why. Some agency guys sat there going, "Oh, lovely, I'll take all this money." Julianne says hi from Cornwall. Miss Worm says exit polls are usually pretty accurate compared to the other polls.
Uh-huh.
It's interesting because, like you said, glasses half full wise, a lot of them other polls were saying 3 or 4 seats for Reform, right?
I mean, 13.
Sorry.
I think it's a great result. Sorry,
Yeah,
I genuinely do think it's good.
yeah. Good if you're a Reform voter, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel as a Conservative voter at the moment if you were to see this result, this landslide? I mean, 131 is not drastic. I'm pretty sure Conservative had a similar landslide against Labour one year. I'm not sure which year, but
I think with the abysmal
well,
performance,
it was 2019. Sorry, yeah. Conservative got 365 and Labour's got 203. So yeah, it was enough.
do you not think it's the case though, Mike, that they're pissed off with how things are, but they're voting for a change that they think will get in rather than the change that they want? And by that I mean they might have wanted Lib Dem, they might have wanted Reform,
Mm-hmm.
but for whatever reason they realistically think that's not going to happen. So they just went screw it, we'll just vote Labour.
Yeah, but Yeah,
I'm not condoning it. I just
bloody
think that's
cowards. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and it is a new party, and there's lots of questions around it. And obviously, the established parties have been answering them questions for years upon years. And we know they're going to crash our economies and stuff like that because, you know, they've been doing it every single time. But it's an unknown, right? Better the devil you know? Is that what you think the case is?
I think that's what a lot of people have probably went for. It's not what I went for. I would rather let's try and build something now with what I would like to see rather than I know what Labour's going to do. Labour have always done what Labour do. They come in and they give shit away. They give money away.
Yeah.
They spend and they don't seem to get a lot for it. And then people get fed up with that. The Conservatives get back in and they sell shit and they go for austerity. And we've got this little wave from the 60s right through of give away shit, sell shit, give away shit. And that's, I'd rather have a change. Let's just have a flat line, right? Can we not just start from scratch?
Yeah. It's a new idea. So it takes time for people to get their head down, right? It's like this trickle-down economic system where, you know, we're going to take so many people out of the tax bracket by putting it to 20,000 before you pay tax, which puts money in their pocket, which gives them more spending, which generates more revenue, which is like the trickle-down economics. That's how it works. But, yeah. There we go. Hey, Labour, I want free stuff, says Johnson.
It's not far wrong, though. That's really how it is.
Yeah, Miss Worm says, Labour hasn't won, the Tories have lost. So I think that's her little... That's the problem, though. That's the victory for a lot of people. There's a lot of people that probably aren't Labour supporters that have done that because they just want to oust the Tories, right?
Quite like that analogy. So I'm not that. I just say a thin person. Right, so I'm going to go with that. That works for me.
I'm watching them all run around like idiots, racing to get this count first. I mean, you don't win anything. Come on. I wouldn't want to get the count first. Have you seen how much they get paid? I'll take my time. Thank you very much. But yeah, so
I'm just reading the comments. That's Mark saying he'd be happy for 13 as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark happy for 13.
Free wind-up radio and tin opener. I like that one. Mate, Brian and Mike are so biased. Sorry, mate.
Is he saying based or biased? He said based. I don't know if he means biased. We're not biased. I vote the Monster Raving Loony Party. Rewind up.
Yeah, that's the one I like. That one.
The citizens. The Hungry Tourist says they bankrupt the country every time. Do you think they'll leave a note this time saying we spent all the money again?
They'll go for a low carbon footprint. It'll be an email.
People are sick of the cons. Labour make poor rich and rich poor. As whereas the cons make poor poor and the rich rich. It's all down to the cost of living crisis now. You're wrong, Emma.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, maybe this statement is 20 years out of date, or maybe 30 years out of date, because Labour's not going to make the poor rich. They're really not. Yet they are the benefits party, but they definitely make the rich rich as well. Everyone was banging on before this that Farage is a millionaire and blah, 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 and all this, right? I looked at this. Farage's net worth, 3.2 million. Off the top of my head, might be a touch more. 3.2 million. Keir Starmer's net worth, 7.7.
Well, have they got Sky TV?
Well,
that's the thing.
Well, his dad was a toolmaker. Must have saved up a lot of millions being a toolmaker.
See, while we're talking about this, I think we've got to spare our thought in a moment for the real hard luck stories and all this. Poor Richie's going to have to go home and he'll be drying his eyes with £50 notes, right? And he's just going to have to...
£50
He's just going to have to sit.
He's like the Queen. He doesn't touch real money. Jeeves will be drying his eye with gold backs.
Loved ones, Pillow Jeeves. It's been a trying night.
Oh no, we lost. I guess I best move to America.
Hi, bitches.
He didn't want to win this. He did. If Conservative won for some
He
reason,
was out anyway.
yeah, he would be gutted, and then he'd have to take the back door. At least this way he can go, well, I tried, guys, bye. But he wasn't an elected prime minister, so nobody's going to miss him, right?
I don't think so. I'm laughing at some of the comments. Are pretty good. The crowbar one's good.
He riffs security.
Yeah, that's the one.
He's obsessed with crowbars. But do you think B&Q will have a sale on crowbars this weekend?
Could be.
Possibly.
So everybody that's on the channel now, what's everybody's thoughts then about the poll? Is everybody happy with that? Are they surprised? What's the thinking?
Look at that. There we go. Yeah, get your comments in, and we'll questions or rants.
Let's have a chat.
Definitely. Miss Worm said Labour have never made anybody rich. Pre-Blair, the last Labour government was 98% income tax, and Blair wasn't really Labour anyway. Yeah. Well, do you know when they all bang on and say the Conservatives are privatising the NHS? The biggest stop to the NHS was done by Tony Blair's Labour, New Labour, where they put in all the process so it could all be sold off. So there you go. But
I've just seen Emma's comment. Did you see that one? I agree with that. I voted Reform anyways, but always between Labour and Cons. Yeah, but at least you had the courage of your convictions to try something different. So don't think it's a wasted vote. It's not.
Hopefully, whatever the result is, like some of the small parties. I mean, Lib Dems have gone up by 53 seats if you're looking at this exit poll. I don't mind, as long as some of these smaller parties start getting up there and it no longer becomes this two-horse race. But I did expect a bit more of a tight race between everyone, to be fair, this time round. But, you know, what people say on social media and what they do in real life are often different things.
Is this the thing about the Gimps at the beginning?
What's that? Yeah, first government to privatise any part of the NHS was Labour. Yes, facts that lots of people don't know. I've lost family. I've lost family members on social media today. I've literally been blocked because they support their party like this with blinkers on. So having a rational argument just goes out the window. Literally.
I mean, that's silly.
That Austrian painter could run as head of the Labour Party and he would still vote for him. So there you go. Hello, Lilith. How you doing? Or hello, as you've said. Miss Worm says, I'm hoping the Reform voters are still shy. See, this is what I'm thinking, because them polls, they said people were saying, yeah, I'm going to vote Reform, but they didn't want to be on record saying it. Obviously, because of the stigmas that have been thrown around. But the irony is, a lot of the stigma that's being thrown around is by far left people. And Reform's not far right.
When we went to the polling booth this evening to put our votes in, some of the neighbours were there and just having some light-hearted chat. And I'd slipped into the conversation with a few of them. So is that you going to vote for Reform then? Just to gauge the reaction. And it was pretty hostile. I mean, it was good-humoured, but it was like, no, not at all.
Did you follow that up with why?
No, there's no point. It's the same as prepping. I'll always ask the question and make a joke of it and try and encourage people to do it. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to force people.
Yeah,
I know why. It's you're badged racist straight away. That is the perception.
It's not a far right. Look at the policies. There's nothing far right about it. You know.
Totally agree.
It couldn't be more. It's probably more central than the other two.
But you're preaching to the choir here, and for the most part, most of the people that's in the chat tonight have got a similar view, and it's perception.
Yeah, Mark says, I'm more concerned about how many millions of votes the likes of Reform, Greens, etc. will get based on how many seats they'll get. It'll definitely lead to a conversation about the change of, the whole proportional representation argument is an interesting one. Do you believe in our system? Do you think it works? I think there's only us and Belarus in the world that don't use proportional representation.
It'll only change if it's to the advantage of the larger parties. As long as it keeps the status quo as it is, it'll never change.
Yes, Miss Worm, people do vote out of family tradition. That's why I've been ousted from one side of my family. Bye, guys. You've just made my wedding list a lot shorter.
I'm sure they'll come good.
No, this is an argument that's been going on since the last election. This is what I mean. Some of the supporters, I'll just close out for a second. Some of the supporters are so blind on faith. You couldn't get any more opposite in policies and morals than Jeremy Corbyn and Keir Starmer. And the same people have just voted for both. You couldn't get any more. That's like two separate parties if you look at what they wanted to do.
I totally agree. But I would like to think that you can have a discussion, and the whole point of being here and having a chat about it is to see if we can find common ground and not persuade people, but, try and get your opinion across and listen to other people's opinions. Because you know what? Somebody might come out with a factoid tonight that makes us think, actually, Reform are really bad. I shouldn't have done it. I fucked up. But it's good to talk.
Yeah. Well, I can control the map on our screen, so I could always fudge the election. Oh, look, we're winning all these seats. Oh, it's amazing.
There's Emma looking for a wedding invite.
What's that?
In the chat. Since you've got space now, apparently.
Well, yeah, when invite be in the post. Can you imagine? 3,000 subscribers. You're all invited. The venue is open bar, guys. Tell you what, get me to 1 million subscribers and I'll do an open bar. There's a challenge. I might regret saying that.
Could be a mistake. Depends how badly the Labour screw things up, mate. You might get 1 million subscribers.
What, just tonight?
And if he gets 1 million, I'd really settle for a couple of thousand, I've got to be honest.
My sound is very low. I'm at max, Susan. How's that? Do I just need to speak louder? Testing.
Sounds okay.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. It will to you because you're directly through this. I'm not sure. Yeah, sorry. I literally cannot turn myself up anymore unless it's on here.
Much better.
Much better. I'll just shout, "Welcome to the show."
Kids will be crying in a minute.
Oh no, I have the house to myself.
Mike's got an empty.
I've got an empty house. Come on. I've got an empty house and 28 bottles of whiskey in the other room.
I wouldn't thank you for it.
I've got 1 bottle of rum.
I'll bring vodka.
Oh, don't say vodka on a political stream. They'll think the Russians have influenced us. Johnny Evans, Overton window has shifted. 20 years ago, you would be a centrist, but now that's called far right. Yeah, this is the thing. What I see as far left is like normal, apparently. Labour will fiddle things, so it's really hard to get rid of them. Votes for 16-year-olds, votes for EU. If they do the votes for 16-year-olds, that could shoot them in the foot because Reform's popular amongst the younger people. There's probably a lot of people that's sharing a lot of the Reform stuff that can't actually go out and vote yet. So
it's quite surprising because a lot of them are entitled little shits at the moment.
Yeah. Do you think SNP is going to feel the hit from this? Because they're, according to this exit poll,
According to the poll, they've took a good kick in the bollocks.
38
So-
seats. I mean, that just shows the faith in Scotland has gone right out the window for them, right?
I just think it's camper van envy. They're just jealous that Jimmy Cranky's had an SNP sponsored camper van, and she's now going to, I don't know, she's going to drive it across the continent to pay for the other half of this exchange.
Oh, this is a interesting take on a political show.
And that's how I got banned.
Nah, we've said much worse things. Miss Worm says old school socialists are amongst the most racist, misogynistic, homophobic people I know. God knows why they vote Labour. Yes, listen, if you are far left and you walk around with a Che Guevara t-shirt on, Che Guevara was a racist, a homophobic, and a mass murderer. Alright? He's not your leftist political symbol. He is all the things you are apparently against. Anyway.
But he makes good t-shirts.
You are?
But he makes good t-shirt silhouettes.
Yeah, so the argument I got for that one was, yeah, but the people he opposed were worse. That's no justification for being any sort of racist or bigot, you know. If you get rid of somebody worse, you know, we see it all the time, like, you know, the Arab Spring thing. It's like, yeah, he's opposed that one. Oh no, he's just as bad. Hey,
You
Mike.
just have to look at Martin with Gaddafi and all the Middle East when they kicked out Gaddafi, when Saddam Hussein, and it turned into tribal interstate warfare.
Yeah, exactly. When we went in and obviously got rid of all them huge weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, you know, dismantled them without anybody even seeing them. It was a cracking job by our troops. And Saddam was executed. That's when they all sprang up, because Saddam kept them all in line. There was none of the terrorism went through the roof because all of a sudden they're all vying for credit and power. The family members you fell out with, was it your side or the missus? It's my family, not hers. But I've got two sides of my family. One's very logical and one's very traditional. So yeah, fell out with one side, not a whole side of the family, but a few members.
I'm sure it'll come good.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. They're old. They'll die soon. It's fine.
You're a terrible person.
I am. I'm making some Nando's chicken wings to keep me up. You just have your own Nando's, just like Party at Mike's.
What's Johnny saying about the? Sorry, on you go, mate.
Party at Mike's, says Johnny. I'm getting down the comments. I will get to them all. I'm new to the channel. Hi, I'm Lorraine. Hi, Lorraine. You've got a very professional profile picture, like some sort of presenter. Watch out, they're watching us.
Oh no.
Got some for me, Lilith. Lilith, come and share the Nando's. I don't think Labour will last a full term. I think the party will, but I think they're going to go the same way as the Conservatives. I don't think Starmer will. There's a conspiracy theory already saying that Rayner's going to stab him in the back and try and seize power. You know, it's like Caesar. I also heard somebody say that if Starmer gets in, we'll be at war within 6 months. So
I don't see that. I don't know where that's coming from.
I don't know.
I
But
can't see it.
we'll leave it on the table and see how true it comes. You know, it's one of those comments that could age well or not. The Rainers, when Labour take over tomorrow, the first thing they will do is give the migrant backlog amnesty.
I hope not.
Right, so let's say they do that. But do they then do anything to control the influx? That's the question for me. Yeah? They're here, I get that. I get the amnesty argument. I do get it. Not a problem. But what do they do about the continuous... We can't build houses fast enough for our own population. Yeah?
Right, I'm going to go there.
Don't try and be politically correct, Brian. I can see your mind working.
if I want to go to America, whether it be in holiday or at work or any other country, I've got to comply with the laws of the land, right? And if I don't, I'm liable to the consequences as such, whether it be jail, deportation, or whatever. I and I don't think the camera's manipulating things when you see young men, predominantly young men, and look, don't get me wrong, I'm not hard-hearted to the fact that some people are desperate. I totally get that. But if you've crossed 8 countries, you're not fleeing to a place of safety. You're making an economic choice here.
Mm-hmm.
And you're also making another choice to break the law to get in illegally. So I'm sorry, the milk of human kindness, by the time they're bobbing in the channel, for me, it's been off somewhat. And that doesn't mean to say I want to see kids floating onto the beaches. Far from it. But at what point does that become our problem and our choice because their parents made bad choices?
Listen,
And it really isn't.
I'm all for, like, so if it's refugees and they're coming from a war-torn country, we should take in our share. All for that,
Yes.
100%. But when they're fleeing from war-torn France, and they're coming through 3 other countries that are very nice, I'll swap with them. That's what I'll do. We'll make a deal. I'll do a house swap. I'll go live where you are. The climate's probably better, and the cost of living is probably a lot less.
And burning the passport.
Yeah, well, this is it. When they're 16, they will vote whichever way their parents do. That's the tradition we're trying to break, though, isn't it? That's what we need to get out of. Any seats Reform gets is a success. This is just the start of the reform. Yeah, I mean,
agreed.
And that's how they've pitched it. They've been very clever with their marketing. They've never come in saying they're going to win it and stuff like that. And yes, it is marketing. And everyone, the other things I was getting today as part of arguments, Reform's not even a real party, that they're a registered business. Yeah, but if you search Labour Party on Companies House, you'll find 4 different registered businesses for different aspects of the Labour Party. It's just the legal loophole. Stop trying to latch onto any little thing.
At the moment, it would appear with the exit polls that you get 13 seats that would disprove that argument in a heartbeat. So it would seem the business is rather successful for a new start.
Yeah. Miss Worm, my sister has never forgiven me for voting Leave. Listen, the referendum, I'll tell you now, if I lose subs, I lose subs. I voted Leave because the idea of it, in my mind, is everything's in our court. The problem with Leave wasn't us leaving. The problem with Leave was the people put in charge of negotiating after the fact. Yeah? And still insisting on doing net zero and getting rid of what remaining industry we had left, leaving us in a terrible position to negotiate anything. Anyway, rant over. But you know what I mean? It's like everyone blames a singular action. Yeah? Whoever gets voted in today is not the problem. The next 5 years is. It's what they do with it. Yeah, that matters. If Labour came out and did everything right for the next 5 years, what's that flying past? I don't know. If something,
I think it's bacon.
If they did come in, did everything right for the next 5 years, and then another election came up, and it was like, and I thought, oh, they've done really well, I'd vote for them. I've no party loyalties, like sort of thing. I'm not fixed to one party. I'm not out here preaching a flag. I look at the policies every time. The policies I looked at this election, I voted for the ones I thought was best. Lilith says to Miss Worm, I voted Leave too and feel the same. It wasn't leaving that messed it up. It was the crap and non-existent negotiations. There you go. Yeah, I
agree with
I said
that.
I said my bit before she typed that. I wasn't just reading. Go on.
I also voted to Leave. And with hindsight, I might have been slightly naive because there was no way that the Europeans were going to do anything but put the boot in. Because if Britain left and was a success story, it would have opened the floodgates for more to follow the example. So even though we had shit negotiators, you could have had somebody that was a romping, storming, fantastic negotiator. They were never, ever going to do anything other than put the boot in, because it wasn't in their interest to see us succeed. It's only in their interest to see our country fail. So that limits things quite a bit.
Yeah. We got famous Bob Ross in the house, enjoying his painting.
Can you tell what it is yet?
Oh dear, that's the wrong artist. Don't say that.
It's 15 years, Rolf. That's what it is.
War thing said same about Boris in charge. Him and Trump surprised wasn't a big war with them two. Haha. Yeah, well, yeah, that's what they think. But to be fair, Trump probably has had better relations with all the people you'd expect him to war with. I know he did the whole Rocket Man thing on Twitter, but he's probably the only president to go and shake Kim Jong-un's hand and speak to him. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but at least he was doing something that wasn't pressing a big red button.
See the problem with Trump? He had some good ideas that got buried in utter shit.
Yeah.
He just painted himself in a very poor light a lot of the time. But again, some of the things he said, they made perfect sense.
Yeah.
But there was so much other bullshit buried it that
I always imagined that his like PR or his assistant just like this completely stressed out, hair everywhere, 6 cups of coffee shaking, somebody going, he's tweeted again, and you go, oh no, what's he said this time? Lorraine, my previous dog was actually presenting across the UK and abroad. That stopped during COVID. Oh, nice. We've got a journo in the house. Be careful what you say. Be careful what you say. Careful what you say.
my name's Smith.
You can't be Smith. I'm Smith.
Carruthers.
Mark is just like having his one-man protest here. Stop the boats. Miss Worm, hello. Bob Ross. I love watching Bob Ross. Bob Ross has got more fans than I have in this room.
The problem with Stop the Boats, sorry.
Go on.
I don't disagree with the sentiment. It's finding a solution that's palatable for everybody, because that is the big problem. Sticking him on a plane to Rwanda and paying so many 100,000 for a plane ticket, that's not a solution. That's an act of desperation. So, yeah, stop the boats, but we need to find a palatable solution that everybody can live with.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody's come out with that yet. No party's come up with something that everybody can live with.
Yeah.
And I don't have the answer, I've got to be honest. I don't know. You'll have nutters saying, oh, we'll shoot them on the beach. Absolute mind English channel. Bollocks, that's not a solution, but we need to find one.
Do you think the thing that's happened in France is going to help that anyway? Because they're even going to get through France to get to the beach, to get across. They're going to have to come via Spain now. That's a more expensive ferry in my experience.
Santander. Yeah. If France, if Le Pen gets in and hardens their stance on their border controls, then effectively we would win by default on the migration issue.
Yeah.
But we would probably lose in other ways.
Oh, definitely. Bob Ross says no such thing as mistakes, only happy accidents.
Yeah, I've got 3 kids.
Yeah, they're sometimes happy accidents, sometimes just accidents. Thank you, Miss Worm. Miss Worm posted Scottish Preppers channel there.
Thank you.
Don't forget to post your own channel, Miss Worm, because I don't know how to do it. She's better than me at this admin stuff. Lanxlass, local to me. I didn't have a choice to vote for any of the other major parties, being where I am due to the speaker. It's a bit unfair, really. Didn't have a choice to vote for any of the major parties, being where I am due to the speaker.
Was there no option in the box for anybody else then? Because I stay in like a small village outside a moderately sized town in central Scotland, and even we had a Reform candidate. And all the other.
I know, like 2 weeks ago, when I looked at the candidates around here, Reform and a few of the others didn't have anyone seated, but over the last week or two, they've just thrown anybody in there. You know, it's like Bob the Cleaner. Just get a name on it. Let us know. Just elaborate on that for us a bit more, Lanxlass. I'd like to hear a bit more about that. The Conservatives didn't want to leave. No, but the leader did. He wants to leave now, doesn't he? Leave means responsibility. Yeah, that's the problem. It was the fear mongering with the thing is this election's been very much the same. This is why I'm probably less likely to believe this exit poll until we start seeing the results coming in than I am previous elections, because it's just been hate campaign after hate campaign, and it's been mainstream media throwing mud in the faces and national papers coming out and putting an essay on the front page with vote Tory on the bottom and stuff like that. It's just been insane, to be fair.
Again, though, does that not give your heart a bit of hope that they're so scared of a potential rival that they're willing to get to such dirty tactics?
Yeah.
Because people are obviously listening to the message.
See, what any of these small parties do now, Reform, Lib Dem, wherever they've got seats, wherever they've got local councils, wherever they've got any sort of place, they need to really make a difference. Because in this day and age, with social media and how small the world is, that information will get out there. And that's more powerful than making promises, actually making a difference. So it's what they do with it that matters. The civil service have stopped being neutral. They stymied things as such as they could. Yeah, as much as they could. Sorry, I can't even read. This is going to be a good night, isn't it? It's only 11 o'clock and I'm...
I don't know if you can hear that, but that's what a Scottish summer sounds like.
There you go. It's raining again. We've had the same here today. The rain has won. I voted leave because Snickers will always be marathon. We shouldn't have change. And Chewits will always be opal fruits. There we go. Showing my age.
That's a blast to the past, opal fruits.
The problem is two parties are both WEF and all dine at Davos, which is the World Economic Forum, I believe. They are selected, not elected. This is true. And they fund the media, right? So that's why the biggest weapon these smaller parties have is people like us, people on alternative platforms. So, yeah. Lanxlass, I voted leave also. The idea of it sounded great, but in reality, I feel like all we did was we were sold down the river. No, well, I don't think we were sold down the river because the promises made for the leave were very achievable. The people that were supposed to achieve it is who let you down, basically. But I don't think they sold us a lie, as it were. Johnny Evans, most peppers, a small state. I don't like them on my pizza. Most preppers are small states, so are likely be leavers due to sovereignty and of Parliament, which means less government control. Be that EU, UK government. Yeah. Dan mentioned that on our fireside chat, didn't he? He'd rather have complete anarchy and then small social orders governing ourselves. In his Irish accent.
Sounded better. You beat me to that. It always gives you a slight tinge of fear when somebody's talking about anarchy when they've got an Irish accent.
We're not stereotyping. We don't do that here.
No, not at all.
The Hungry Tourist says, I have a Dutch friend, and he said after we voted to leave, their government made it illegal to have a referendum for a Nexit or Hexit. How can you make a referendum illegal? You know, government is for the people, by the people, you know, or it's supposed to be anyway.
When it suits.
Yeah, when it suits. 7P's Outdoors America has two choices in November. A guy who facing a sentence or a guy who can't finish a sentence. That's why a two-party system is wrong. Yes, I like it.
I can't remember the comedian, but I was just watching the guy, and he said he loved Biden because every time he finished a speech, he turned into one of those little robot hoovers and started walking about the stage like this, like a Roomba. Hilarious.
Yeah. Or the program it to go left 20 degrees and forward. Oh, that's brilliant. Give third world Africa fossil fuels to stop migration.
Huh?
Basically, what he's saying is we give Africa we basically build up their economies so they don't want to have to get out, sort of thing. But I don't think it's. I mean, saying Africa is quite vague because our migrants are worldwide, right? It's not just like there's not a problem with one specific set of type of immigrants. You know, it's just generally, and they're coming from
The
everywhere.
big problem, the last or in recent history, the examples of the West in Western society imposing what we think should be the right way to run a country on countries with largely still tribal statuses and clans, etc. It's not worked out too well in Iraq, Libya, and all these kind of places. It's just what I think's right and you think's right and everybody else thinks right might not be how they choose to run their country and their beliefs and everything else. So I agree with building up our economy, but I don't think we're a shining light to do it because it's not worked too well.
No, our economy's fucked. We got to sort ourselves out first.
You know it's bad when Zimbabwe are going to have a Live Aid concert for us next. That's a cry for help in itself, isn't it?
Help feed the Chatsworth estate. That's Miss Worm's channel. Like spooky stories. Go and visit her channel. Probably the next spooky story is going to be the result for this election.
See if it's less than 13 seats for reform, we're going to need to have an intervention for you.
Yeah, definitely. Missed Artie Lou. Sorry I'm late. Just watched Axel Foley. And on the second bottle of red, I just watched that as well. The new
watched it tonight. It was good.
Yeah, it was all right. They weren't trying to plug into the nostalgia too much, but I'll tell you what, I don't think
he's aged well.
Taggart hasn't.
No, God, no. He needs iron.
Ironing. He needs ironing.
Yes, he needs iron.
Jesus.
But Eddie Murphy, I mean, my God, that guy must be in his 60s. All right, he's put on a bit of chunk, the same as me, but he looks brilliant for his age.
Oh yeah, there's a popular phrase about that I won't utter on YouTube. But he's aged very well. I think you wouldn't. I think Judge Reiner, or whatever he's called, what's he called? I forget his name.
It's something
Billy.
like that. I know the guy you mean.
Billy. He looks like he's had work done. Just at certain angles, it was like this.
Yeah, it's not worked very well. It's very Simon Cowell. It's not the good option.
There you go. Lanxlas. None of the major parties stand against the Speaker of the House of Commons, so there was no options other than Green Party, some trade union party, or local democracy party, which I'd never heard of. Didn't know that. So are we saying Reform's a major party?
Well, going by the poll, they may have had 13 votes, 13 seats. So, if that's what they can do in a couple of months,
we've got a result coming in. Sunderland, Green Party, Richard Bradley, 1,723. Conservatives, Chris Bernicle, 5,514. Paul Edgeworth, Lib Dem, 2,290.
Oops.
Pause for dramatic effect. Oh, bless the Lib Dem. Oh, Labour, 18,847. Reform, 11,668. Labour holds Sunderland South. But that is an impressive result. They've doubled what the Conservatives have. But, I mean, I like the Lib Dem guy because he's wearing a Sunderland shirt. But, that's bias. Let's fill in our map. I've got to find it now. It's around here somewhere. Nope, too high.
I'll read the chat box while you're doing that.
There we go. That's it, isn't it? Washington and Gateshead South. Oh, I'm going to have to zoom in. What is going on? That's the one. There we go. We got a red dot on the map.
Ta-da.
Labour holds Sunderland South. But yeah, Labour getting 47% of the vote, Reform getting 29% of the vote, and Conservative only 14%, down by 19%. The actual change in the demographic in the area is Labour gained 7%, Reform gained 13%. So Reform had the largest gain in the area.
That tells its own story, doesn't it?
Thank you for the super chat there, CJ. I'm back again. Guess who's back again? I wasn't going to sing it. Hungry, were you typing that before I was saying it out loud? Spoilers. Love how one of them standing there in a Sunderland top. Yes, Emma, yes, definitely. An old Sunderland top, mind. Yeah, Reform second. That's good, definitely. Wolf Einstein says, Mr. Assenblue, it's the central banker Kalergi plan. Research it. Okay.
Never heard of that one. I'll have a look though.
I thought Kalergi was something you got when you're ill. I've got the lurgy. That's what my mum used to say. So. We're just watching a Labour speech. We don't need to watch a Labour speech. Right, we've got a red dot on our map. Can you see that? Can everyone see the red dot on the map? I need to know if the map's working. This is the first time trying it. Let me know if you can see the map. Oh, I've moved the map. There we go. That's better.
Yes.
We can see the little red dot. Oh, I've got to change my numbers as well. You got to host while I do all this technical stuff.
Okay, host, right. Let me have a look at the chat then. Let's have a look at the random insults.
There we go.
The hungry tourist gentleman is typing it. You can see it, yeah. Red dot visible. So the consensus is we can all see it. Your IT skills have came to the fore.
Lilith says, are the stats along the bottom, the ticket here projected as of now? That is the original exit poll. So that's what we're leaving that on there as the original exit poll, just so we can compare at the end if I'm conscious. Yeah, I mean, that's a crack. That's got to put the fear into any Labour candidate and Conservative candidate, that first result, right? Just seeing 11,000.
It does make me second guess the exit poll that you might have a point then.
Yeah. Because
that is quite the swing, eh? So, yeah, you might be onto something. Might be more than 13 seats.
Yeah. Well, don't, hungry tourists. Don't have spoilers. It's like when I do a football commentary for the Sunderland channel and my stream I'm watching it on's a minute behind and then somebody's going, goal! In the chat I'm going, what? Who? When? Ah! Why is Jacob Rees-Mogg on my screen?
Smash it, mate. Smash it.
He looks like, I mean, that's definitely a toupee that guy's got. Let us know what you think of them numbers that came in, guys. Chat's gone quiet. You were all probably, some of you are probably celebrating. Let us know what you think of them numbers. And yeah, do you think
it's impressive?
Yeah, because it's a Labour strong area, the Northeast generally. So to get that kind of second place,
and the time scale that we're talking about as well.
Yeah,
that's nothing.
Obviously, the exit poll wasn't done round there.
When Richie Sunak called the snap election, Reform weren't even on the. Nobody was even talking about them. They've came from the back of a one horse, or effectively Labour being a one horse race, to this. With a bit more time and less nobbling of the horses, maybe they could have done something.
Yeah. If you consider how long they've potentially had a candidate up there for, campaigning. I don't think he even got signs out. The only signs I've seen around near me is Lib Dem signs. It's almost like a lot of them didn't have time or just didn't get them out to constituents on time. But also maybe that stigma. Hopefully, after this election, a lot of the stigma that surrounds reform will kind of go when people see that 50% of the nation voted for them and they only got 13 seats. Maybe they'll be less shy about putting a poster up next time.
A lot of that will depend on how he is with the candidates and whether he has let people in through the net who shouldn't be there, effectively.
Yeah.
So he's got to be whiter than white going forward now with these candidates, because any impropriety or perceived impropriety, the other parties will jump on it. The media will make hay with it. It'll be plastered everywhere, and they'll get stiffed.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair play to the people of Sunderland South for counting that many votes in 45 minutes. So, cracking job there. Well, not 45, an hour and 15, wasn't it? An hour and 15. I was thinking it ended at 10, but it was past we came on, wasn't it? Emma Hansen says, I'm not surprised that Labour has got it in. As you say, North East is more Labour. Very impressed that RF have came second, hopefully showing a chance to come even if it's when the next election is. Yeah. Emma's from the Sunderland channel, I do as well. Miss Worm, in the spirit of openness, I'm declaring my love for GRM. Who's GRM?
Jason Reed.
Huh?
Oh, Mog. Smog. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Oh dear. Interesting taste.
That's what.
Lorraine says, impressive result for reform. It is a Labour seat, so no surprise really. No, there's no big shock. I think the biggest surprise is obviously how close it actually was. Yeah, because that's close relatively.
It's close in numbers in a very short time frame to get there. We arguably a last minute candidate as well. So that's, oh dear. What's up? Oh. Okay.
I'm not reading out loud. You all could all see your screens. Most of you can read, hopefully. Lanx asked, do we think that the reform vote is a rebel vote because people have had enough of the mainstream? Definitely there's an aspect of that.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people, if reform weren't on the ballot, I think a lot of people would have spoiled them or, so basically done none of the above kind of thing. So yeah, I do think it's a kind of protest vote. And I was saying that in our stream yesterday, that that's a good thing to do. Not necessarily just reform, but any of the smaller parties voting for them, starting to spread that power out a bit, is only good for us.
It's a national cry for help. Where people are willing to take a punt on a small party in a short space of time, your main parties have got to take note of that and realise, look, you're not the only horse in town here. Yeah. We've got another option here. And if you don't shape your shit up, there's the bus.
Yeah, well, this is it. It's going to be... They're going to realise that they're going to be hot on the heels come another election. I don't know if we're on the edge of... It looks like someone's about to announce in Blythe, potentially. Keep an eye on that. People always underestimate Brits. We put up with things for ages and then say that's enough now.
And it's usually a small thing that sets us off, though. The big things we let slide and take it on the chin, but it'll be something innocuous. Oh, you're going to tax sugar and tea now? Our Tetley tea bags are up 5 pence. That's it.
That's it. Revolt. Throw up your arms.
It is, though, something stupid like that.
Oh, here we go. Johnny Evans, my friend is the reform candidate for Melksham and Devizes. Am I saying that right? Don't even know where that is. He was selected by them as their candidate 9 months ago. It's the money and the support based in the constituency to campaign for them.
Right.
Okay, interesting. Does he know how he's doing? Does he think he's got a chance?
I've got a better question. Do you think he would come on and do a live?
Oh yeah, definitely. I've invited my local one, but he went radio silent when I told him what the channel was called.
Yeah, I never had any replies back at all.
I need to start another channel saying completely non-biased random podcast guy.
Yes, no tinfoil hats.
Apart from mine. What do you call a dog magician? A labracadabrador. There we go.
He's blocked people for less than that, you know.
I'm looking forward to see how Reform does in Wales. Most people I spoke to in South Wales are with Nige. I would still put money on Labour winning it though. Welsh people just vote like Grandad did. Yes, this is the trend. You're voting like Grandad did, but the party Grandad voted for is not the same party today. This chat is quiet. I'll give a quick plug. Food and travel blog, new but going to be consistently adding content. Okay, there you go. Hungry Tourist. You can go and check his channel out at some point. There you go. Miss Worms posted your channel. Always happy to promote other YouTubers. And if you are a prepper as well, Hungry Tourist, and you have a channel, send me an email. We'll get you on the podcast. We'll have a chat. Come on, Blythe. Sort your fingers out. Don't know what
Hungry Tourist. Here's one for you. You want to be doing some reviews and wrap packs. So let's see how hungry you are after a few of them. Let's get your thoughts on it.
Stop trying to take Ration Nerds clientele away.
He was good. I like his stuff.
Yeah.
He's got a really good channel.
Yeah, Ration Nerds good. Yeah.
Good sense of humour as well.
Yeah, he's very down to earth. He's got our sense of humour. Like when I had him on the podcast, sometimes you have like an American on and they don't get some of the sarcasm and the jokes, so you've got to skirt over it. But yeah, he was on the ball. He's a good laugh.
He also had a few.
GB News Alert just said Truss is tipped to lose to Reform.
How good would that be?
I assume she means Liz.
Yeah, I think so.
Where's she the candidate at? I'm not sure.
Don't know, mate. I don't know.
I mean, she's just not having a great 10 years, Liz Truss. She's just thinking, this is the point where you think, maybe I'm in the wrong career.
But her problems and Richie Sunak's problems and Keir Starmer, their problems aren't the same as yours or mine's, right? If we're skint 1 month and we haven't got a lot of money, that literally means you don't have any money left.
Yeah, every month.
For them,
every month. By the way, guys, you can donate through PayPal.
Shameless plug. I like it. For them, though, they might be down to the last couple of 100 million. I think they're so detached from the reality, from the working person, that how can they relate effectively to you and me?
Yeah. You think times are hard, Brian. It is my shameless plug. Donate through PayPal, guys. Mike has to have non-branded Cola Zero.
See, that is a cry for help. When you could have the nutritionist goodness of Pepsi Max. P.S. Pepsi, if anybody's watching, I currently go through £300 a month of this shit. So I will take sponsorship deals.
He will have it tattooed on him like CM Punk.
Actually, no bullshit. If they're actually watching, anybody knows Pepsi, I will have a Pepsi Max tattoo put on if they'll give me Pepsi cans. There you go.
There you go. I'm going to contact Pepsi myself.
We've got a fat guy.
It's got to be on your forehead,
Pepsi
though, man.
Well, I've certainly got the room for it, mate. That's for sure.
We're selling sponsorships on parts of Brian's body.
I think my employer would have an issue with that. I've got to be honest. We're restricted on visible tattoos.
Yeah. There you go. Hungry Tourist. I'm a very new prepper. That's perfect. You are perfect for the Prepper Podcast. Send me an email. Come on down, join us. Once you've done the Prepper Podcast, we'll get you on the fireside with a few of us, and you get really grilled then. Yes, Miss Worm. It says any questions, just ask. It is a great community on here, tourist. There's no, if we see anyone jumping on your back because you've bought the wrong kind of lighter, then yeah, we don't tolerate that. It's about helping people.
And to be honest, I've never seen that.
Well,
To be honest, not in any of the channels that I've never seen MD like slagging MD off for having, oh that shit, you've got to buy this pucker top of the end.
I've had it. As the maker of the video, I've had comments where you're saying, oh, rah, 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 rah. But you know, I just take it with a pinch of salt. I just don't want comments jumping on comments. Johnny Evans, think he will do well but not win. He is standing against Michelle Donnellan, Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, but I think the Lib Dems will take the seat. Which seat are we talking about there?
That's the guy's his friend. It's the Reform candidate.
Yes, it is, yes. Oh, we have an announcement coming in Blythe, potentially. We are going to Blythe. That's a lovely hat. She should win for the hat. She's got a black hat with a giant... She looks like she's supposed to be going to Ascot.
Is wearing a black hat generally a bad sign?
Welcome to your funeral. What's Blythe? What's Blythe usually? I've got to find Blythe on the map. I can't remember where it is.
Is that not up near kind of Newcastle way as well?
Is it a northeast one, Blythe?
I suck at geography, apparently.
Where's Blythe, guys?
Who's quick at Googling?
I'll find it. It's okay. We're waiting for the announcements now. Oh, wow. She's got a full cravat. Austin Powers is on the stage in Blythe. Female Austin Powers. Yeah, baby.
Oh.
Here's the shagadelic results.
Who's going to be Littlefinger? So many jokes, so many ways to get banned.
Yeah, you're right. Blythe is Northumberland.
While you're doing that, I'm going to look at comments and see if there's any I've missed. Just reloading the chat.
Here we have Blythe. Labour 20,030. Conservative 6,121. Steve Leyland from the Green Party 1,960. Mark Pert from the Reform Party 10,857.
Wow.
Is there another party? We're waiting. Tense. Lib Dems, Stephen has 1,433. There you go. Another Labour hold because it's northeast. We got 2 red dots. But again,
look at the swing.
The competition is, I mean, whether they've only got 13 seats or not, generally from like popular votes, they're going to be the next biggest party by the end of this.
Yeah, look at that. That's 2 results, and 2 of them have been the party to beat. That tells the story.
Rift Security. I've been prepping for a slow burn social economic collapse. Well,
it's burning.
It's coming true. Not to show any political bias, but it's happening.
Stuff is smouldering as we speak.
Lilith says, "What channel are you watching?" I've got the Beeb, I've got Sky, I've got GB News, and what's the other one? Al Jazeera, just to have a bit of, variation going around. I haven't got a TV license, so I can't watch it. I have got a TV license. Unfortunately, I'm a slave to them because you know what? I've not got an aerial. I don't watch live TV on there, but I do pick up something from iPlayer now and again, so I thought best, do my bit. Honestly, I've got a TV license. Don't come knocking on my door, you bastards.
He doesn't have a TV license.
South Northumberland, Mike, where they punch horses. Oh, there you go. We can't trust the Magpies to vote right anyway, so it's fine.
Punch horses.
Emma says, wow, Reform again. Yeah, second place. I mean, that's for such a Labour stronghold up in that northeast. It's interesting.
And I
Very
keep
interesting.
harping on about the same thing. To come from nothing to that, it can't be understated.
Sorry, I was just throwing a can at my cat.
Okay. RSPCA now are coming for Mike along with TV licensing.
It was an empty can. It's because he's decided the bottom step is a good scratching post. With a certain party getting in, it's a good idea to prep for that. Don't know what you're talking about, 4x4 fella. No idea what you're talking about. For every 200 votes, nationally Reform will get 35 quid to fund the party as long as they get one MP. Is that legitimate? Is that a thing?
I have no idea.
Tell me more, Johnny. Tell me more.
I thought you were going to burst into a song for Greece there.
7p's outdoors. I'm watching BBC, ITV, and Babe Station.
A man of culture.
After 12, that's what this turns into.
Please don't. Oh, God.
I've never seen it.
You heard about it. I personally wouldn't watch such things.
No, not at all. I don't know. Pete, did you ever? The only time I've ever actually seen it is when it was going viral, where somebody rang up and was talking about custard creams to the girl just for a laugh. And Dunkin' biscuits. It was weird. Can you report? Can you report those last figures, please? How far behind were Reform? We were 10,000. Yeah, they were on 20-odd thousand, and Reform got 10. And you've just reminded me that I've not updated my Labour counter.
Terrible.
It's 2-0. It's 2-0, guys. Labour's doing better than England have done in this competition. They've scored 2.
Google short-term payment or Google short payment, Johnny's saying.
Are you on it?
No, I'm just having a...
He's on Babe Station, aren't you?
And that's when I get shut off.
Sod conforming to the TV license. That's the least of our worries, chaps. I hope there's no TV licensing guy in here. You're all saying this shit. Yes, Google short payment. Okay, go on. We've got some time for the next thingy. Short payment. I assume I've got to be more specific than that.
When you go to a certain place in Thailand, and they're really short, and you get a discount.
Short money is the common name for the annual payment in opposition parties. The United Kingdom House of Commons help them with their cost. Interesting.
I did not know that.
I did not know that. General funding for opposition parties, £21,438 for every seat won at the last election, plus £42.82 for every 200 votes gained by the party. So, I mean, the fact that Reform were practically on a shoestring, this is massive for them, really.
They've made a few quid tonight, and that's just in 2 seats.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's cool. Thank you for that, Johnny. I had no idea about that. But I will be starting the Prepper Political Party for next election. If we can get 1 seat, I'm quids in. Scottish, how are your EcoFlow Delta 2s? And is the 5-year warranty a game changer over a more powerful option with a 2-year guarantee? I mean, it depends when SHTF happens, right? Because 3 years into SHTF, you can't ring up and say, this isn't working.
I'll be honest, the Delta 2s are still in the box. I've not even unboxed them yet. Cycle life, you'll get a lot more cycles to the tune of thousands, right, with the Delta 2s, because it's totally different battery technology from the Delta Max. However, For most people, unless you were, say you had the Delta Max, if you were discharging it and charging it every day, then you'll probably get to your 80% cycle life within 5 to 6 years. The Delta 2s on the same, you'll probably get 15 years out of it. It all depends on how you're going to use it. And most people that are in here tonight, it'll be dual use. They might use it for camping. They might use it to get a bit of solar and run something in the house. They might keep it purely as a standby power source, in which case you're not going to have to worry about it. Once a month, you will charge it up fully, discharge it, and then put it back to 80%, and then leave it alone. So if I had the choice, I would probably have bought the Delta Max again, because it's a 1.6 kilowatt power bank as opposed to the 1,000 kilowatts in the Delta 2s. But it wasn't an option. They were out of stock and I could only buy it from Curry's. So the technology difference wasn't enough for me.
Stop turning this into a prepper show.
You're very right.
How dare you?
Show and tell with power banks.
2 dots visible. Are you planning on staying up all night? I have. When I've run out of Coke, I've got 2 energy drinks, so you've got me as long as they last. And I've no.
So now he's doing drugs.
No children, and don't say that. I have no children or missus in the house. It's just me solo. So
let me recap, Mike. So far, we've got you in TV licensing fraud. You're doing Coke. You've given your children away, right? And you're flinging things at the cat. It's not looking good.
This is why I shouldn't be left alone. I'm not even drinking. That's the worst thing. I've applied for my provisional TV license. Nothing came back, so I haven't paid for it. A provisional? I didn't know you could get a provisional one.
An element of sarcasm there.
Not yet. They need 1 MP to qualify. Well, to be fair, they've got to get Clacton, right? That's got to be a given, surely. Because Labour's candidate was naughty, so they had to change him last minute, so everyone in Clacton be going, who the hell is this guy? Do you think the next government will give us all fully funded grants for solar panels? This is one of the jobs on my list, I assume, or to do. There's a good chance, but you probably have to be claiming some sort of benefit to qualify.
Yep. There are schemes in place now for that.
Yeah.
Depending on what part of the country you're in. So if you're north of the border in Scotland, look up a company called Warmworks. They do grants. They've ran out Tesla Powerwalls for Dumfries and Galloway for people that were on oil-fired heating systems. They've done a project with free air source heat pumps and give away 250 of them as part of the project. So have a look. There's probably something.
Yeah. I've seen. I don't know if they're still about, but there used to be offers where you basically it's all free, but you've got to give them every bit of trickle back that you don't use, sort of thing.
Don't take them on because it will cause you problems when you go to sell your house.
Yeah.
It's effectively a lifetime mortgage on your roof and the solar system. So what they'll do is they'll fit the solar panels in your inverter for free. And when they set up your M plan for your export, you can use the power, and anything extra they get the money on.
Mm-hmm.
But the old feed-in tariff has now changed to SEG, and it's not as generous as it used to be. So you'll not see those offers anymore. Plus, a lot of mortgage companies will screw you over if you try and change.
Yeah.
Puts buyers off.
Yeah. I've not seen any about recently. It was just like there was a phase of them, wasn't there? So, will they let any Reform candidate win, or will they stitch them up like they did Nigel in Dover? Mm-hmm. Interesting.
If you believe the exit poll, you've won 13 already, yeah?
If they don't win a single seat, there is going to be upset. The fact that in a Labour stronghold, then in one Labour stronghold they are 50% off the mark, and the other Labour stronghold they are 100% off their result, but still 50% of the vote. It's just 5,000 difference and 10,000 difference. It just says people power, right? As long as the people are willing to stand up and be counted after the fact, then we can change stuff. If you can get one seat, you would be the only honest person in Parliament. Well, you lot have got to move to my constituency to then vote for me, though. This is the problem. Or, hang on, here we go, master plan. I will set up the Prepper University. Then I will run for a political party. You can vote where you attend university, as well as where you live. So if you all attend Prepper University, you can all vote for me. There we go. We've got it sorted. See you in 5 years, guys. I might be on 4,000 subs by then. Do you think this next government will give us fully funded... Oh, we've done that. Why is it... Sorry, apologise. When are you planning on doing a review vid on it? I still need something to power my fridge.
It'll be up by Sunday at the latest. Yeah, really, I'm sorry.
How long would that power a fridge?
7 to 14 hours, depending on the fridge.
So you're talking small-scale blackout, not long-term solution. You couldn't charge them as quick as if
oh yeah,
you could hook solar panels up and run it indefinitely.
Well, till the sun goes away, yeah. But it's only
No, that's what your 7-hour charge is for, right?
It's got 500 watts input for the Delta 2. So over paneling is a good thing, especially if you're the northern part of the hemisphere, because the sun's shit up here. So you can over panel, you could run it in parallel and have 4 500 watt panels for talk's sake, but just run them in parallel. But what you need to make sure is it's a 60 volt maximum input. So as long as the combined input from those panels in parallel is less than 60 volts, you're good to go. It's not a problem. It'll automatically get a 15 amp maximum input, but the charge controller inside will throttle that back for you anyway. So you don't need to worry about the current. It's the voltage that's your problem. So you need to keep it under 60 volts. So over panel it. But it's basically a 1 kilowatt battery with 85% efficiency. So you're not going to get 1 kilowatt out it, but you're averaging 7 to 14 hours depending on your fridge. And if you're not opening the fridge all the time, your compressor's not going to kick in as often, so you're not going to have to draw as much power. So depends how smart you're being with your fridge freezer.
Yeah. Cool. There we go. Full of knowledge.
Long-winded, boring answer. Sorry.
No, this is it. This is what we need. We need knowledge-filling time. I've just had a really proud dad moment. My son, that seems to be the opposite of a sponge, and just like a waterproof jacket when it comes to knowledge, it just splashes off. Has just sent me a message saying, "I've just seen Labour's got 2 already. We are effed." I was like, okay, I didn't even know you knew politics. I used to sell solar panels before they cut the funding. There you go. Who cut the funding? Be curious.
That's worth a conversation on its own.
Yeah. Check out Warmfront. Oh, is that that must be a company that do it, I assume.
Sounds like a terrorist organisation.
The exit poll for Clacton seat is 99% for Reform to win.
Don't think there's any great surprises there, is there?
No, them pollsters were desperately seeking somebody who didn't say Reform. Don't ask the guys carrying the England flags. You've done that one. Keep up, love. Sorry, yeah, that's when I clicked the wrong one. I'll do it again. There we go. I need a technical, Some of us preppers are small channels. We can't afford a whole production team. We doing an all-nighter results stream, lads. Yes, I am.
I will not be. I'll be leaving about 12 probably and get my beauty sleep because God knows I need it.
There we go. 10 minutes and it's just going to be my ugly mug on my own. So, I've sent invites to all the Prepper Fireside, but, they disappoint me. Coffee, energy drinks, or water votes. Might be an upsetting night for some. I don't think so. I think even like the the probably as hardcore conservatives are going to be upset. I don't think any reform people were going to be upset because the expectations were set quite low. 10 plus was going to be classed as a win. We expected more than that, but they did have the amount of shit thrown on them in the last 2 weeks. They have took a bit of a plunge. So,
See, on the results so far, I'm delighted.
that one's for you, Brian.
I can't promise that. She should know by now.
That sounds familiar, says CJ.
I've got issues. I apologise. And no social filter.
DECC cut it. They're a government-run thing. I assume it was recent enough to be a conservative cut.
I mean, I try to think what I paid for mine. I don't think it wasn't that expensive. In all honesty, the batteries were dearer than the bloody panels. The panels for 3.4 kilowatts in the roof and the 3.6 kilowatt inverter, hybrid inverter, $3,500, something like that. And then the batteries, there's 12 kilowatts of batteries. All in it came to 10 grand. Put it that way.
How long before you see that as a return on investment, as in power bills?
Well, it's been up and running the system for a year, but because we went for full electrification, so the gas is gone, ditched gas entirely, and well, you've seen the air source heat pump, so our gas bills were about £190 a month. Electricity was about 80. So for the year so far, we've averaged our energy bills between it's about 30, 40 quid a month, all in.
Right.
So I basically, it's not a big secret, our employer gives us 10 grand. They lend you 10 grand, they'll lend you 10 grand.
Yeah.
That you can buy energy improvements. So I bought solar panels and batteries.
I've got the wrong
and
job.
I slave for my employer, Michael. I slave. So you pay 420 quid a month back over 2 years out your wages. And it's 0% interest. But long story short, for what I've saved on gas and electricity, it hasn't paid all of that, but it's paid enough of it that I'm not any worse off over 2 years, put it that way.
Yeah.
So after 2 years, I should be in profit, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Well, like I say, it's a no-brainer, especially if you've got that kind of support from your employer as well. So my employer's all about green. I might poke them.
There's other ones. So in Scotland, you've got the Energy Trust. So they do 0% interest loans for renewable schemes, heat pumps, solar panels, batteries. I'm pretty sure there's an English equivalent.
Are you?
Relatively sure.
If we can combine that with the incentive Scotland's giving to move on to an island, plus the 10 grand for solar panels, we could literally go self-sufficient.
I've worked on most of the Scottish islands, mate, and some of them are beautiful. You would want to stay there. There's a lot of them you wouldn't.
I just want to go to one that's got a distillery.
That's all of them, pretty much.
There we go. I'm sorted. I'll buy the distillery. Lanks last, do solar panels kick in if there's a power cut depending on setup?
Well, the panels don't kick in as such. It's that'll get to what's called islanding. It depends on your inverter. So mine's is a Solus inverter, and what happens is to stop the guys on the electricity lines getting electrocuted, it fail safe so that your batteries and your power from the sun doesn't discharge and electrocute Billy, who's fixing the lines that's falling down. So depending on your system, you can have it set up so that you can have certain circuits are energized if the grid goes down, or you could just have like a double socket wired up. So in my house, because of the draw of the heat pump, I've basically got a double socket next to the batteries that if the lights go out, I've still got access to all the power that's in the batteries. So if they were fully charged and the grid went down, I'd have 12 kilowatts of power available to run the house, which would pretty much run everything apart from the heating system in winter, because that draws about 33 kilowatts. So it really depends on, the answer is depends on your system, but it should go into islanding mode and stop the linesman getting zapped. But a lot of them give energy, solace. You have got an option for auxiliary circuits.
There you go. All the information. I hope you're writing this down. Hungry Tourist said Department for Environment and Climate Change was about £8,000 and inverter for 4 kilowatt hours would be paid off in 7 to 8 years, cut from 21p per kilowatt hour to about 4p plus the feed-in tariff about 8 years ago.
Let me check what I get for mines. I'll tell you what the tariff is. You, since it seems to be of interest.
More of my roller cola.
Please bear with me as I'm extremely rude. So I'm a terrible YouTuber and I should have all this at hand. I didn't think we'd be talking about solar panels, I've got to be honest.
Well, we've got 5 minutes left of it. Happy 4th of July to all our American viewers. They're probably not in here right now, but, you know, might watch on replay. Happy day when we let you have the country because we were done. Chat's gone quiet. What's going on? Are we waiting on anyone? Hackney and Darlington are both in. Darlington I used to live in, but I believe that's going to be a Labour stronghold yet again. And Welwyn, they're live in at the moment. So we're just checking around, seeing where we're counting. Election watch party going on GB News. That guy's got the most colourful shirt in the world.
Right, got the answer.
Go on.
If anyone's actually interested. So export, at the moment, on Octopus Flux tariff, the one I'm on, they'll pay 22 pence a minute export between 4 o'clock and 7 o'clock in the evening, and 14 pence from 5 in the morning, 4 o'clock. So basically what you want to do is you charge your batteries at night time when it's cheap. Sun comes out during the day, they'll pay you 14 pence on export. And then between 4 o'clock and 7 o'clock in the evening, you set your batteries to dump to the grid and they'll pay you like 22 pence a unit. 22 pence a kilowatt. Right. So that's how you make your money on it. You basically cycle your batteries and the sun, and then in the winter time you change to a different one.
How does that work when it if it was a grid down situation? Do the batteries just store indefinitely until you use it?
Yes.
Yeah.
But depending on your inverter setup will dictate how you can access it. Some inverters will not let you discharge the power from the batteries to your home. It depends how it's wired and what the inverter's set at. Mine's I'll have access to the power from the batteries, but they always feel safe so that you don't zap somebody on the line.
Yeah.
So it really depends. But as long as the sun's out, they'll still charge the batteries. The power's still there. It depends on your system setup, whether you can access it or not.
Yeah. 4x4 fella says, do you just have a heat pump or anything else like a fireplace? Because from what I know, heat pumps require the house to be very well insulated and airtight.
I've got a chimney still. Our house has got or had a coal fire that's blocked up. I'm hoping to reinstate the chimney. At some point, we're hoping to replace all the windows next year and put in I want to put in an oak beam above the fireplace and a liner and a log burner, even though strictly speaking you're not supposed to have them anymore. Fuck them, I want one. Excuse the language. As far as insulation, all the rest of it, if it's a proper setup, they'll do heat loss calculations. The guy will come in for a couple of hours, he'll look at your walls, your windows, and he'll tell you whether it's worth it or not. A lot of companies are scamming people for heat pumps at the moment. Sorry, I don't mean to hijack this. I'm just answering this.
No, dude, go for it. No, you're not hijacking. I'm going to be on my own for hours.
The problem with the heat pumps is poor installs. They've become very inefficient. The problem is that if they don't size the pipes properly, if they don't size the compressor and the heat pump properly, it's even worse than your gas combi boiler was, because it's having to work harder to compress the air to get the heat out of it than it should be doing. So when they did our house, they ripped out 15mm pipes and put in 22mm pipes. Every floor get ripped up in the house. Every fucking floor get ripped up. The radiators go from double core to triple core radiators. They treble in size. My house is set at 20 degrees and it just manages itself. So if you were to touch any of the radiators, they feel cool to the touch. But it's because they've got such a large surface area, 3 cores, it's low-level radiant heat and the house is always warm. But in winter time, I can use 33 kilowatts of power a day on a cold winter. So, and that's a decent install. It gets expensive.
Yeah.
But if you put solar and batteries in, it chops all that right down.
Yeah. Johnny Evans says, does Scottish's solar panels provide enough power to charge Mike's EV? 60 kilowatt battery. How long would we charge?
Depends on how much sun's on the day. So if you were getting, the performance drops off as the heat increases. So it might be a blazing hot sunny day, but if it's really warm, your solar performance decreases. A cool spring day with a strong sun is better than a hot summer's day, as a kind of rule of thumb.
All right, okay. CJ says, Scottish Prepper brings up some very good points, but the accent is hard to follow sometimes.
I know, I'm sorry.
You can press the little CC button at the bottom of the YouTube video and it should do closed captioning. They're not very good though. Is it still 50% paid back as the flat rate, or is it actually measured now? Flats, not ASDA. Is it still 50% paid back flat rate, or is it actually measured now?
You've got your your export meter in now, and it's done in half-hourly intervals. So as it goes back, it's half-hourly intervals, and it's accurately billed, and you get all of it back. So for us, the money goes into your account, and it takes it off your bill. Last year, I think it was like 250 quid we took out in cash because it built up an £800 surplus. So it depends. Hopefully, the entire back wall of our house is south facing. I would like to fill that with solar panels. I reckon I'd get 10 on it. But this is where it gets slightly complicated. I don't know if people are genuinely interested or not.
I'll tell you if they're not. Carry on.
You've got 2 standards, well 3, but it's only 2 that will matter to you. You've got G98 and you've got G99. G98 is you can have anything up to 3.6 kilowatts of export and import potential without having to contact the DNO prior to install, right? So that would be like Scottish Power or whoever's the distributing network authority in your area. So you could have an installer come in, put a system in, as long as it's sorry.
1 second, we've got an announcement in Sunderland. So
roll.
Here we go. Again, Labour strongholds, that's probably what we're expecting. I assume it's Sunderland Central. Lewis Atkinson for Labour, 16,852. Chris Aynon for Reform, 10,779. R. Featherstone Stone for Green is 2,993. Niall Hodson for Lib Dems, 3,602. Greg Peacock for Conservatives, 5,731. Labour majority of 6,073. 52% turnout. 48% of the people didn't vote. Shocking, eh?
It is, but look at the pattern. Out of three results so far, you've had a huge response for Reform.
Yeah.
New party, and people are so pissed off that they've taken a punt, knowing that they're not going to get in anyway. They've still voted for them.
Yeah.
That should give them a lot of encouragement. Those numbers are phenomenal.
Yeah. It's good. It's good. It's interesting, definitely. Sorry, I interrupted you. Can you remember your train of thought?
It was just a crash course in yeah, solar panel setup. So, as I was saying, G98 is you can have somebody fit your panels, batteries, and everything. Export import potential, no more than 3.6 kilowatts, right? If you want more than that in a single phase, it would be probably between 6 and 8 kilowatts. Watts would be your max, but you need to apply for permission before you get it fitted. So that's what they call G99. And the DNO look round about your street and see how many other people are importing or exporting power, the infrastructure, whether it can take it, and then they'll give you permission based on that. That's how it works, basically.
Yeah.
So if
Cool.
you overpanel your roof, it'll throttle it. So if you overpanel, I'll not let you export more than 3.6. You could have 10 kilowatts in the array, and it'll not let you export any more than 3.6.
Cool. He said, I don't know where Asda came from in that comment. CJ says, a question that I think is fair to ask. Is this one of those moments of moving from a Nokia brick phone to an iPhone type technology?
In what context? Sorry.
I read that as in everyone's going to end up with this kind of power supply in the house kind of thing, whereas like iPhone is the norm now.
Well, it's mandated in new builds now. If you look at new builds, you'll see they've got a token couple of panels on it. It's usually like 2 or 3 panels, which is a token gesture, but it's to get them through the new building regs. You'll see every new build's got panels on them.
Yeah, yeah. Lanx Lasses says, I have a log burner, just looking for alternative for lighting, fridge, freezer, and to power a boiler for showers. Would you need a heat pump too, or just the backup batteries? Sorry for all the questions.
So depends what you're looking for. So if you're just looking for an auxiliary power supply for lighting, fridge, and freezer, boiler for sure. The heaviest draw on that's going to be the boiler, right? Out of everything. If you only want a battery, an auxiliary power supply, I'd go for batteries and solar panels, and use your log burner for your primary heat source. Days gone past used to get ones with a back boiler, so you can have log burners that have got a supplementary heater matrix on it. So effectively, you cycle water through the back of the log burner, and it supplements your heating system. But you just need to watch because you've got issues with pressure relief systems then at that point if it gets too hot. But you can tie in your log burner to your heating system. You can do that. There is log burners out there for that. Mm-hmm. But for you, for auxiliary lighting and power, depending where you are, there's no an issue with panels and batteries.
Yeah. Cool.
I wouldn't fit panels without batteries.
Yeah. Back in my day, it was 50% standard and not measured. I think he's talking about the turnout there. Miss Worm back again. Total utter nutter. I still love his username. Shenanigans. It's all fixed. All Northeast results. This really is just a start for reform, says Lilith. Don't forget to update the ticker. It's not the ticker, it's the count I need to update. You're right. Thank you. See, that's why she should be here. Keep me updated. There we go. 3 for Labour.
Keeping you honest, Mike.
Yep, definitely. I'm reluctant to put the numbers on, that's all. Let's hope so. They've got to keep the momentum going. Johnny Evans, as I've been saying, this election is about securing shed loads of funding for reform. They can set up a professional operation then. Remember, all the other parties have had short payments. Yeah, so literally, they've had is the fundraising they've managed to do themselves up until this point. So as long as
look at the numbers so far on three votes, they've had what, something like 30,000 votes. You divide that by 48. That's how many pounds they're going to get.
Yeah,
that's a big lift.
Yeah, definitely. I've got a camping shower, charges off USB. Did anyone see one Vote Labour comment posted on YouTube? All I saw was hundreds of Vote Reform comments everywhere. I did at first, but they were quickly jumped on, so I think they've been in hiding. They will come out of hiding after the election to brag for a while on social media, and then when they realise what they've done to themselves and are broke in 6 months' time, they will disappear again. 50% not measured was about the export from Seoul. Right, okay. 50% not measured was about... Because I said 48% turnout for the vote, I thought that's what he was talking about.
I'm thinking what he means by that is 50% of export potential. So if you'd like a 4 kilowatt array, they would maybe average out 50% of your export potential. It's measured now, and like I say, they do it on half-hourly readings with the smart meter too. Mm-hmm. So no, it's pretty accurate. Yeah. It's pretty accurate now, and they'll pay you on the units you export and import. Well, they don't pay you on import; they'll bill you on that, obviously, but they'll pay you on your export.
Yeah. Miss Worm, Total Nutter, no, they're not even on the red top channels. And interesting concept. And we're at the bottom of the comments. I think running 4 TV channels on a laptop is killing it because only GBU News keeps crashing out. So...
Well, I'll take this opportunity to thank everybody for putting up with my dodgy accent and go and catch some beauty sleep, mate. But as always, thanks for having me.
Always welcome. Always welcome. And now these have just got to put with me on my own. So if you hate the show,
sorry guys, I'm getting old. I need my sleep.
Blame Brian.
Good night, folks. See you tomorrow.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And if by magic it's just me. There we go. Relying on you guys talking now. Thank you, Miss Worm, for posting his channel there at the end. I will put it into the description after when this is all done. There was a question there. There you go. Mr. Atom Blue says, are we voting for reform on Nigel? Now, this is an interesting one because as soon as Nigel was announced, that gave the left-hand side of the political world an excuse to call all the names under the sun to us and to people that supported him. And if you noticed, even on the the TV debates, they were referring it to Nigel Farage's party. Nigel Farage, not Reform. So I was voting based on policies like I always do. So it really doesn't matter to me too much who the figurehead is. Yes, Brian, we said 4 kilowatts. You'd get a payment for all 4 and then paid again for 50%. All right, okay. I'm not sure if you saw that before we went. Miss Worm, I was voting for reform anyway, but very pleased Nigel decided to run. And everyone's saying goodbye and cheerio and thanks to Brian, who I'm sure is still watching, so I'm sure he appreciates that. CJ, overall predictions for the winner. We expect a Labour victory. What we want and what's reality in the end is going to be different. The best result for any reform supporters out there is the kind of numbers we're getting in places like Labour strongholds. So it'll be interesting in places that were more conservative based to see what happens there. Have people voted in an American sense to remove the government without thinking they're voting in the worst? Yeah, I think that it was a protest vote for a lot of people, and it was a lot of people, it's the case of, we best vote for the other party, like it's some sort of two-party system, so the Tories don't get in. If you're watching, Brian, just in case he's lurking, love it. Reform could well be the opposition at this rate. By proportional representation, yes, but it's down to seats in the House at the end of the day. But either way, this is Good. Sorry, without a second person here to talk to you when I do some technical bits, it is going to be moments of silence, I'm afraid. And I don't expect loads of people in the stream tonight anyway. But I'm doing it for me. Because I enjoy it. Plus, I got a £2 donation before, so I've got to stay on for that. Amphia Lyethmore. Lyethmore? Sorry, I really struggle with some names. Time for the blue boiler suits and the 2 minutes of hate. No choco ration, though. Are we talking 1984 there? Sorry, it took a while to click in my head. Is this 1984 reference, maybe? I think the Lib Dems will win seats in the South with Reform second. Potentially, Lib Dems are predicted to do quite well in comparison to last time. Swindon, we have an announcement coming in for Swindon. We'll find that shortly. Let's check out what this is going to be. Taking their time. Swindon North or Swindon South? Or all Swindon? Not sure. Taking the time to announce this. She's having a moment of... It's Labour making a speech. It may have been, but we didn't actually see the announcement. I'm not sure. The other channels haven't reported it yet, so she might be just having a speech as the previous candidate. Bear with me. ...1984 quote. Yeah, it was. Sorry, it just had to go into my bit of a mind palace to figure out what he was meaning when he said that. What is going on? Alright, give that a minute. This Labour woman's got a lot to say in Swindon. Nope, not sure what's happening. Let's ignore that for a moment. Johnny Evans is saying Swindon Labour is Labour, Tories second, Reform third. But I'm not sure why we've not had the numbers come up. That's really odd. Someone's very misorganised that one. Each announcement requires a shot of vodka, CJ says. Mind Palace, more like Mind Shed. Wow. Labour are just Tories in a red tie. I'm not putting the red... Oh, there we go. Swindon South. 21,676 for Heidi. For Labour. 12,000 for Conservative. 6,194 for Reform, 2,539 for Green, 1,843 for Lib Dems, and 472 for an independent there. So yes, it's Swindon South, and it's Labour gain. Is it a Labour gain? Yes, gain from Conservative. There we go. let's do wikis. Amphius says Big Brother Starmer being trilateral commission tool. Yeah, Labour gain. London will easily win Labour. We know why. Only one Labour gain so far. Other three is a Labour hold. Yes, that's the only gain. And even the Labour holds, Conservative weren't even second at that point. So, interesting. There was obviously some sort of communication issue because usually you go live to see the announcements, but it just kind of trickled in later. Interesting. Total utter nutter. They lied about 19. They lied about Jab. Do you think they're telling the truth about the election results? I think it would be... I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? Because there's a lot of independent people in there. If there was something dodgy going on, there's a good chance it would get found pretty quick. So, or somebody would film them doing it or something, you know what I mean? I just feel like something like that would be leaked heavily if it happened. So, yes. So, 4-0. Labour share 46.85, Reform 23.91, Conservative 17.82. Is that over everything so far? I'll tell you what, 20 past 12 and we've got tiny little red dots on a giant map. It's going to be a long night. Johnny Evans says you'll mainly get the Labour wins early in the evening because they tend to win in cities, so easier to get the votes to the count and have more people and larger facilities to count them. And there you go. Overall 4 seats according to the Telegraph. It'd be interesting to see that at the end of all this, the percentage, because that's going to spark a big discussion of proportional representation. $326 is the magic number, of course, for the seats in total needed. So we shall see. Yeah, Greens and Lib Dems. Greens have dropped off the map a bit as well, haven't they? They've. It's interesting because I think even small parties like Greens, where people would have done that as a protest vote, you know, instead of if they don't want the main two, oh, I'll click the Green Party, I like some of their stuff. Reform's probably took some of them as well. Yeah, I remember when Leave won the Brexit vote by a small margin and all they cared about was representing the people who nearly won but lost. That won't be the case this time round. Not at all. So everyone, if we were to start a prepper party, what would our winning policies be? 50% grants of costs on any bunker building or basement conversions. Number 1. For lower income families, 80%. There we go. Gotta be fair across the board. It would be, all policies would be the common sense party. There you go. Amphia says 20% of the eligible electorate delivering a socialist globus UK dictatorship. Now that's democracy. There you go. Greens do very well in university towns. Yes, they do. The idyllic mindset of young students. Life's not hit them in the knackers quite yet. Remember when Trump was voted in the USA, Democrats spent 4 years saying he rigged the election. When Biden was voted in, the Republicans said they rigged the vote. The Democrats said it's not possible. You're always going to have it, right? I guarantee you'll have channels jumping on here tomorrow saying, it's a fix. Three months prepping plan, not 3 days. Yeah, that probably is the first port of call 4x4 fella for the prepper party. Let's get the government advice in place that's actually correct. Labour's on 5 now, apparently. Who's declared? I've not seen. Someone else has declared. I'll put that on. Wait and see when that comes across. Free GR opener for everyone over 50. You guys could write the manifesto. There you go. That would be a great party, wouldn't it? Yeah, just send your submissions. What would you like to see? Free tinfoil hats and free pens. Definitely not getting voted in, are we? I'm trying to see who's declared on the 5th. If anybody knows, feel free to pop it in, because it's not come up on mine. That was comical from a prepping view, as most do a weekly shop. GB News says first Tory heavyweight gone. Who? The coverage is crap this year. What is going on? BBC are reporting Labour's on 5. But they've not said who's declared. On my GB News, it says that they're on 4. They're just showing newspaper headlines at the moment. We'll have to wait and see, guys. Sorry about this. Telegraph says 4. Yeah. BBC's definitely got 5 though on their ticker. State of the parties: Labour 5, Reform 0, Con 0, Green 0, Lib Dem 0. But who is the 5th? Definitely communication issues this time round. Gin Solo UAP. First Tory heavyweight gone. Do we drink a shot now? No. because there's going to be way too many. Justin. What is going on? Labour hold Washington Gateshead south. There you go. So we'll get the numbers when they pop up. But so tiny these areas. There we go. So Labour holds Washington Gateshead south. Waiting to see if we get the numbers. I've not seen them yet. Yeah. BBC making it up to pretend they're ahead of all the other networks. Interesting conspiracy theory there. The hungry tourist. Just come on. Give us the numbers. It's really frustrating. It's gonna look even more dodgy to people tomorrow that it's conspiracy if they start not giving us bloody numbers and just declaring before we've seen anything. Do. Gary Lineker just spent all their budget on cushions again. Telegraph hasn't put the numbers up either yet. No, nobody has from what I can see. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. I'm just going to be watching and reporting as it comes in, guys. I've no idea. I can't do anything if they're not reporting it. But we've got 20 people in the chat, apparently, according to this, so feel free to pop your questions into me while we wait. Anything you want to ask? There we go. Hungry Tourist is on the ball. What's your favourite prep? My favourite prep I own is the Leatherman multi-tool, probably. Only because it goes everywhere with me. Yeah, my favourite prep to do is one that I should never do, is preparing to bug out. I don't want to bug out, I never wish to, but I enjoy camping and I enjoy the great outdoors, so prepping for that and training for that is always a fun one to do. Scottish would still here, it would definitely be some sort of power bank. Is his favourite. What's yours? War within 6 months as predicted. That's where I heard it. Thank you, Amphia. We were talking about this earlier on. And yeah, it was George Galloway that predicted war within 6 months if Labour get in. I'm not sure what he's based it on. Don't know what his clairvoyant skills are like. What's your favourite Monster Munch? It's got to be pickled onion, right? Yeah, completely random. I like the beefy ones. I'm still not seeing the numbers. If anybody gets the numbers for this Washington one, feel free to post them in the chat. There we go. Johnny knows the score. It's got to be pickled onion all the way. Democracy is 2 wolves and a sheep deciding who's for dinner. That's the number. Oh, that's the numbers from Swindon South. We've already seen that. Clacton County's on GB News. We're still waiting for that though. Miss Worm likes a bit of beef. I think I'd be safer bugging in. Wouldn't mind getting survivalist training though. Yeah, it's cool. It's great as a hobby. All the survival stuff, all the bushcraft stuff, it's great as a hobby. Ideally, it's always a last resort. But, you know, knowledge is power at the end of the day. It's always going to be good to have. 7Ps Outdoors says I'm more for the spicy ones. Sharpening knives is very therapeutic and could pay dividends. That is one prep that a lot of people forget. Get yourself a good sharpening stone. Always worth having. It's not expensive. Pick them up on Amazon for next to nothing practically. And yeah, get a sharpening stone and some oil. Always a good prep to have. The figures should be up. The percentages have changed from Labour 47, Reform 24, Conservative 16. Yeah, without getting out of all these streams, I'm not seeing them as of yet. So if anybody does get them, please pop them on. Oh, Lady J. Never liked Monster Munch much, but do like Wotsits. Oh, I can't stand Wotsits. They just explode and stick to every part of your mouth. In your opinion, what's the most overrated prep item? Overrated. Probably is one that I have, and it's probably the life straw, because loads of preppers who insist they're gonna bug in then have like 6 of these life straws. At what point in your bugging are you going to go out to the river, bend over and suck through a life straw? It's I've got them, but it's definitely a get home bag or a very emergency case filter. You should have much better things in place to filter your water. Miss Worm says big bags of rice is overrated. I don't think rice is overrated. It is a good one to store, to feed, and to bulk out meals. What's underrated is having enough spices and flavourings to make that rice not mundane and bland. Love those big beefy hula hoops. Stop talking about crisps, guys. I'm supposed to be on a keto diet. I can't have crisps. They're ruining me. Yeah, life straw. There you go. Life straw means a potential knife in the back. Yeah, when you're leaning over the edge of the canal having a sip, somebody's going to come and take that from you. Takes too much water and fuel to cook. Yes, but there's methods and there's ways. Something I'm going to be looking at over the next few weeks. optimizing heating and cooking times using different methods like letting things soak and things like that. I get what you're saying. It does take up a lot of water and fuel, but funnily enough, rice water as well can be an emergency replacement for baby's milk. Put it in the bottle, the water you filter out of the rice, put it in the bottle, it has got nutrients in, and if it is an emergency situation, babies can drink it instead of the milk. Potential announcement coming up: Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West. Here we go. It's going to be a labour hold, isn't it? Too many little ones. Find it in a sec. Ashton Muncaster, 7,815 reform. Francis Lassock, 4,228 for Conservative. Chai Onwuran, 18,875 for Labour. Lib Dems, 1,946. And there's an independent, Yvonne Ridley, that got 3,627. Fair play for an independent result. There's a Labour hold Newcastle Central. Let's find Newcastle Central. Christ. That's the one. There we go. There you go. That's another Labour. 6-0 at the moment, guys. 6-0 at the moment. Lilith just messaged me her favourite Monster Munch is spicy tomato and her favourite prep is a portable gas stove. Nice. There you go. Portable gas stove's a good one. I need to get a small portable gas stove. I've got the big one, like the camping one, the big box one, but I do want a small one just for the car bag instead of just using an Esbit all the time. It'd be a good option. Overrated bug out vehicles. On the M6 on a normal day is gridlocked, let alone everyone panicking and fleeing. Yeah, overrated just using your car to bug out as a vehicle. Yeah, I get that. But if you've got an off-roader, if you know how to use it properly, it could be useful. If you've got an alternative one, like a boat and access to waterways, that's probably a good bug out vehicle as well. So there's ways and means for that. Miss Worm says pasta pre-soak, yes. Pasta is better, says Miss Worm. Yeah, John, I don't know how viable it is. I'm not going to give you any sort of advice that I've not tested, but apparently I pre-soaked pasta and then cooked it the next day. It took less than 2 minutes and it was alright. Apparently you could do the same with soaking rice, but I've not tried it yet. So I will let you know. Controversial opinion here. Crossbows are massively overrated in my opinion. Yeah, controversial. There you go. It depends what you're using them for and what's your purpose of having it. Just like buying a crossbow and thinking that's going to do everything, feed your family the lot with no sort of training, then yes, it's just a overbought, over-prepped thing. But if you've got the right intentions and you do the right training, it could be a good tool. If nothing else, it's intimidation for defense. Couscous is good. Pour on boiling water and that's it, yes. And lots of... Couscous is a good one, you know. And I used to eat that a lot when I was training. So that's probably something I should prep that I don't. Thank you, Lady J. Bars of chocolate, high energy, semi-medicinal, and barterable. Yes, definitely. Check out these. They are military bars of chocolate. And to be fair, they're quite nice. really good price. I got them on Prep Shop, Dakota UK. Got a load of them. Date's got a long date on it, and it's slightly darker, but that means it's shelf stable as well, so it can take some punishment. Yeah, it depends where the rice is from. Arsenic pollution. Interesting. I'll have to do my research here. Nothing's coming in. No. If you're a prepper, you must learn to forage for food, medicine, and fat wood. Yes, definitely. Great advice there, Wolf. The foraging especially, there is so much that you don't realise. I got a little book given to me. Somebody bought it through my Amazon wishlist on here and sent to me, and it was just this little tiny book. It's on Amazon called Food for Free. Tiny little book, but you open it up and it tells you all the different plants, and you'll recognise them all. You've walked past them 100 times, but how they can be used for food. Like, this can be used as a tea if you boil it. This can be, the leaf can be used as this, and it's got this kind of flavour. So it's a great little book to start you off on a journey like that. Because it's like eating sawdust. Flavour it right. That's the main thing. You've got to spice and flavour it right. Get the packet stuff or throw in herbs and spices done. Yeah, I used to get the little single portion dry packets for work, because you would just pour it into the bowl, add the water, jobs are good. And some of them were nice. I think they were Ainsley Harriet ones that I got at the time. I'm not condoning them, but it tasted nice to me. Don't need to pre-soak pasta, just have a tight-fitting lid on the pan. Yes. There's multiple ways to cook pasta. It's very interesting. Somebody I saw had a tall jar as well. Just a bit of boiling water in the bottom, sealed the jar, and the steam did the work. Bring to the boil, turn the heat off. Yeah, exactly. Who thinks an electric bicycle would be good prep? I'll tell you who. A guy that was on the Prepper podcast, who was, it's called Kelly. He is Monkey Wrench is his YouTube channel. He's got like 3. But he was telling me like how much you can tinker with them, change them, adapt them, you know, to build yourself sort of thing. I'm looking at them seriously now because of how far I commute, and in an SHTF situation. As mentioned before, the roads are not going to be great, so a bicycle might whip through a bit better. Sorry, I've got hiccups. Being a good shot with a throw rock is a worthy skill. As you take ground, your ammo gets resupplied. We're going back to rocks and sticks. I don't think we've got to that stage yet. I don't have the willpower to store chocolate. I know somebody said to me about storing cigarettes as a barter item. I think it was actually a Scottish prepper who said it. I wouldn't have the willpower. I'm on these electric thingies, but if there was a pack of cigs there's evenings I would be considering. Islington looks like they could be coming close to announcing shortly. Keep a close eye on that one. Food for Free also contains what plants can be used, confused, and be poisonous. Yes, great. It is a good little book. I avoided electric bikes due to charging. Currently have a regular bike and a trailer. Yeah, I mean, if you've got the fitness and the ability, a regular bike's great. Funnily enough, I've just finished reading a book where the guy was cycling all the way home, a ridiculous amount of miles, with a trailer on, with a guy who was injured on the trailer. So yeah, you just put me in mind of that. Oh, that's completely random, but bike's good to get for your fitness anyway. Electric bike is probably just a bonus for those steep hills. Bear in mind, my commute is across the Pennines, so physical fitness is a must. Used to get Ainsley's Little Do a good one. Yeah, I think the only reason I got the Ainsley Harriet one at the time is for preppers. They do a big, like, plastic jar of it. So for bulk buy, it's great. Yep, everything we call weeds are actually some of the healthiest herbs on the planet. Yes, it's interesting that I honestly think stuff like this should be taught in some sort of lesson in schools. You know, we just don't make the most of everything that's around us. I tend to store chocolate in my tummy. A good channel for wild food is Alfie Aesthetics, one of the original bushcrafty channels I watched years ago. Okay, I'm going to put a little star on that and I'll have a look at that afterwards. Cheers for that 4x4 fella. Welcome back, CJ. Willpower is overrated. Lack of want power is what you get when gets you into trouble. Okay. Total utter nutter there on the ball as always. Waiting on Rochdale. Something going on in East Kilbride. Let's see if the BBC decide to throw a seat number up before anyone's announced again. There you go. Miss Worm has posted Alfie's channel there, so you can check that out. Go and give him a sub. Always like to support as many channels as we can. And thank you guys, you few people that are here putting up with me, for supporting me. It's really appreciated. How long can we keep going? That's the question. Morning, says Blues Self-Reliance. It's, well, I suppose it is morning. It's 8 minutes to 1 here. How you doing, Blue? Nice to see you. Me and Blue did a great podcast quite a while ago. It was one of the earliest prepper podcasts I did. So we're gonna have to catch up and do another one soon, Blue. Thanks, Miss Worm. Will be some good info on there. He don't do much now, but the plants haven't changed much. Yeah, true. There you go, and there's Blue's channel. Blue's the one to talk to about that. Talk about making the most out of plants and things like that. Still not been brave enough to try the mushroom ketchup yet, Blue. Wolfenstein. I've only just got that. I was like, I kept thinking Wolf Einstein in my head, but now I know it's Wolfenstein. Like the old. Yeah, okay. UK Wildcrafts is the best foraging channel for free. Month by month video foraging guide is top class. Cool. I'm gonna bookmark all of these, guys. This is brilliant. I never claim to know everything or even anything, so you guys teach me as much as I try and impart my knowledge. Chicken. I don't like mushrooms, Blue. I don't like mushrooms, and I just can't see it actually tasting like ketchup. Nope, we're still on Labour 6. Everyone else, 0. Lots going on. What's gonna happen is about 6 or 7 of them are gonna bloody announce at the same time. You watch. But we'll see how long we can keep going. Yes, I believe so. Yes, yeah, it was. I think. Check the little map. It was this one. Yeah. Newcastle upon Tyne, Central and West. When I've got time and I'm brave enough, Blue, I will. Right now, I spend most of my life editing videos. Or recording videos. Or prepping. There you go. Miss Worm says I've made mushroom ketchup. It's really nice. There you go. I think I saw it on the supermarket shelf the other day because I pointed it out and it reminded me of it. But obviously making it's a lot better. CJ, I honestly, because I'm using the setup at the moment is weird. I'm putting myself through StreamYard so we had Scottish in before. Then StreamYard screen is then being pushed over to OBS where I've got all the map and everything like that on. So I'm using two different softwares in ways they're not technically supposed to be used. But when I set up the stream, you're very limited on what you can put in there via these. So without coming out of all this and going into YouTube and editing it, I'm not bothered with the hashtags. You'd love chicken of the woods and hen of the woods mushrooms, mate. You fry them and they really taste like fried chicken. I've heard of this chicken of the woods. I really need to try and find that because I would try it. As much as I don't like mushrooms or I don't like certain foods, I am one of those that will try everything. So I will try it. So I'm going to have to see if I can get out and about and do that. We're camping in August, so I'm going to throw in some nature stuff at that time and see if I can find some stuff. It's been on the shop shelves for longer than Leon Perrins, really. I had never noticed it, but you know, it's probably one of those things I've walked past 100 times, and as soon as I see the word mushroom, I've just like, my brain's tuned it out. Sorry, it sounds like a funky thing to do. Yeah, it's the first time, because when I've done live solo streams in the past, I've used OBS, but I've never linked them two together doing this. I'm surprised it's working and holding up so far. Yeah, YouTube says tags don't make. The algorithm is all over the place. I did that government guidelines, the first video, it got to like 28,000. I did a follow-up for the other set of bits of the guidelines and it got next to nothing. So I'm not fussed. I'm not chasing the numbers. It's nice that you guys support me so much. It's nice that I've got to as many subscribers as I have. But yeah, I'm not going to chase them. I'll do what I can when I can. Total of another. A couple of really good pairs of woolen socks are underrated prep. Got to look after your feet. Yes. I'll tell you a great one for that as well. Most Army Navy stores or Army surplus stores sell them dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. And their quality is unreal. I'm not sure what I missed, CJ, sorry. Alright, okay. I get you. I get you. Yeah. No, I'm not going down that road. So I could test it on the family. Google image search for mountain chicken. Tell me what you see. I'm not going to Google things you tell me to Google in case it's traumatic at this time. What I am going to do though, guys, is for 2 minutes I'm going to answer a call of nature. So please feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I will try to be back as soon as I can. If I can find the button on this software. Oh my god, where's it gone? Is this me? Nope. Don't know where I am. That's the one. Right. I'm going to put a little bookmark of where I'm up to in the comments. There. I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. Hopefully with some more announcements. There we go. Oh. Right, let's catch up. Don't think there's been... Nope, still Labour 6. We've not missed any announcements. Okay. Blue Self-Reliance. Rugby socks make great snowshoes over your shoes, as well as have some just for that. That's a good idea. Good idea. I'm not sure how long they'd last, depending on what kind of surface you're walking on. That's the only thing with that one. It's kind of like a TV license. There's one for the Prepper Party Manifesto. A return to crafts like knitting and repairs, etc. Yeah, there you go. I'm not sure how you could incorporate that into a manifesto. You couldn't really demand they do that, but... Did you know humans and mushrooms are closer related than any other plants? Yes. What's the what was the series? It's based around mushrooms, right? Or is it the Amazon thing? Based off the video game. It's gone out my head, the name. Somebody will know what I'm talking about with my random babble. Who's going to do the he's a fun guy joke? You've ruined it already. Didn't give me a chance. Richmond and North Allerton count. Nothing's happening there at the moment. Just seeing. Yeah, makes sense now. Why we're kept in the dark and fed on poop. Nice. I did turn the mic off, but you know, you got a set of stairs and a landing before the bathroom, so you wouldn't have heard me anyway, I'm sure. We share 9% DNA with chimpanzees, but we also share 50% with bananas. God, this is the random facts hour. Is something happening? Somebody's dressed as a bin in North Allerton. What the hell? Okay. Talk TV claims Labour will win 410 seats. Yes, that's the predictions from the exit polls. We've got that prediction down and the scrolling ticker there at the bottom. So yeah, that's where they've got that from. There you go. It's confirmed there by Miss Worm. You left your mic on, we heard everything. Did you really? What did you hear? ITV claim reformer getting 20% of the vote. Just gone down. What's that? Just gone down to 23.85 after last result. Bin face. Yeah, he's on GB News now as well. I'm not sure what that's all about. I have no audio coming in, so. Mushrooms inhale oxygen and exhale CO2 like animals, the opposite of what plants do. They're weird. So are people. So yeah, there's a familiarity there as well. Count faster, you idiots. Does anyone think the results will be anything other than what they're predicting through the exit polls? Bear in mind the exit polls are around 20,000 people. Yeah, I agree with you there, Miss Worm. It does seem a lot slower this time. But I think we're now at like the kind of the magic hour between 1 and like 2:30 is where they start rattling them through, so we shall see. I hope so, says Hungry Tourist. There you go, John C. He's called Count Binface and his manifesto promises to keep 99 ice creams at 99p. He's got my vote. He's got my vote. He's an actual candidate then, is he? That's unreal. Be grateful Tyrone Abbott is a politician, not a vote count. 1,307,062,100. We win! Yay! Might get a few surprises. Reform and Greens might do a bit better. Yeah. Well, looking at them numbers in the Labour strongholds, you might not be far wrong there. So we shall see. Welcome back, Wolfenstein. Monster Raving Loony Party leader, I believe. Hang on, who's declared? Who did I miss? Because we've got 7 being reported now. I've missed one. Who did I miss, guys? Come on, I know some of you are watching it. Yeah, but he was quite unique because he was a conservative person in a red tie, so he kind of appealed to a lot of people. I can't see who's declared. Gateshead, Central Wickham, Labour hold. Ah, right, okay, there we go. There we go. Right, pop that in on the map. I'll wait to see if they pop the numbers up here. The results aren't just slow, they're getting reported really badly in comparison to previous years. Yeah, I hadn't seen the other announcement, Hungry Tourist, but on GB News they're reporting seats won Labour 7. The British Broadcast Communists have not got it popped up yet. Let's see. I have to share this off. I can't leave it alone. Come on, man. Live in Bolton. That's down the road. That road. Right, okay. We'll just have to go off the GB News one. BBC have just got some woman chatting away, and they've just got the vote share percentages on the screen. They're about to keep Brighton because of the university, even though they've destroyed the town. Well, yeah. All universities are communist strongholds now. Bolshevik Broadcasting Corporation. I like it. No work tomorrow, no. I've got to recover from this and then nursery stuff to deal with. Yeah, they're saying Labour 7 on the Beeb as well. But nobody's giving me numbers. Telegraphers seem to have fallen asleep. Hey up, Doubt Road. Got car up road. Yes. I'll put them on screen, but I won't read some of them out loud, you know. Don't upset the algorithm gods. Count faster. I'll be interested to know the feel of the Northwest and Lancashire in this whole thing. Yeah, Labour holds Gateshead and Central Wickham. But no numbers. I'm more concerned that Santa is interested in buying souls. I'm atheist, so no. Anybody who wants to buy my soul, just pop an offer in the chat. It's open for bidding. Yeah, I've got them figures as well, Miss Worm. I think the Beebs rounding them up to 47, 23, 15. We're clutching at straws now. We're clutching at straws. Right, I'm off ski. My town, Southport, looks to move to Labour for the first time in 50 years. Can't wait for Starmageddon. We'll keep a close eye on Southport for you, Mark, through the night. I also turned off the YouTube monetization for this video because I didn't think you'd want adverts running through the thing, so you're welcome. If you are getting adverts still though, let me know because it should be off. Cheers, Miss Worm. Appreciate you as always. No, it's bright on the light. You can't really see it. Can't see it. It's bang. Why's that light so bright on the can? Yeah, it's Swedish, I believe. Netherlands, from the Netherlands. Oh, go away. Live in Blythe. We're going to get Blythe announced here. Didn't we do Blythe already? Is this a replay? Ah, Northumberland. Yeah, I'm sure we did Blythe. What's going on here? I thought we'd already done Blythe. I'm really confused what's happening. Emma Foodie, Labour, 22,274. Gordon Fletcher, Reform, 9,454. Thom Campion, Lib Dem, 1,898. Ian Jones, Green Party, 2,144. Dawn Furness, Independent, 322. Scott Lee, Independent, 573. Cramlington. It's Cramlington that's declaring. And Ian Levy, Conservative, 8,592. Cramlington is a Labour hold. Yeah, it's had live Blythe at the top left-hand corner, but it was a Cramlington announcement. That was really weird. It must be because it's part of the same sort of area. So whether I can... Yeah, there we go. Labour holding Cramlington. Thank you, CJ. Really do appreciate the donations, especially tonight as we have... all the monetization turned off, so every little helps. Really appreciated. No ads for me. Excellent, Miss Worm. Good to hear. Lib Dems will take it here. They won by election a few months back after the Tory was booted out after 18 months in rehab following coke hookers and Russian money scandal. Wow. Let's edit the tick a bit. 8. I just want any other party to win one at the moment, just so we can start to see some sort of race happen. Green's up to 3.52%, doing the best so far. Amazing. I had an alcoholic burner stove delivered today, cheap. One I made with a couple of beer cans works better. Where did you get it from, Scott? Yes, Cramlington it was. Thank you for that 4x4. I didn't see because I was trying to look at a million screens. No need to say. I will always say thank you. I really do appreciate it. The views, the clicks, the likes, everything. It's all appreciated. What was the reform figure? Oh, sorry. It was 6,000 and odd, I believe. It wasn't as high as the others. Where did the cons lost 19.52% go? I think it's been spread across. Well, it's been mostly Reform and then spread a bit into Labour. Yeah, to save money this year, multiple readings at one location. Ah, right, okay. There we go. Wonder why the same woman in the hat with the feather was there. I was like, I'm really confused. Without the audio. Same here, get the comms out. Just don't use the funds towards a TV license. I won't, don't worry. I kind of think we have an out of the frying pan into the fire situation happening. I'm just wanting to know just how bad the fire is to be honest. Well, if you listen to George Galloway, he says Starmer will have us at full-on war within 6 months. Not that we want to fearmonger in any way, but you know, I will be prepping personally accordingly. We will hope for the best as always. Beginning to nod off here a bit, but still got my earphones in. Just give us a shout if Scott's result comes in. I will try and wake you, Lady J. I'm quite surprised Newcastle majority has been Labour. Yeah, well, it's always been a kind of stronghold for Labour in the northeast. It's where a lot of my family from my dad's side live. It's where I'm originally from. But what I'm more surprised at is that Reform were the second place to that. So it's interesting. Ooh. Time for some munchies. Good thing about being a prepper is you've always got snacks in. Yeah, literally as you've said that, my stomach's rumbled, but I'm on this keto thing, so I'm trying to be good. Live in Chessington. I don't think that's an announcement yet. Oh, that's that's the Lib Dems leader seat, so he's going to get that. What's going on here? Time to crack open some MRE cola bottles. That's the point. Is there anything in that I can have? I doubt it. Oh. Just happen to have a rat pack here. Can't remember what's in it. Nothing's going to be keto friendly in there. I got loads of those, may have to raid the stash. I think I need a coffee time to get the day started. I'm either going to be asleep or bouncing off the walls soon. What's going on here? Trying to see who's announced. Right, so currently on the Beeb it says live Chessington, and then on GB News it's the same scenes live Kingston upon Thames. So what's happening here? Come on. Is it just because I think it's just because the Lib Dem party leaders there. I'm not sure if they're announcing yet. Can hardly hear you. Sorry, Elaine. I'm as loud as I can possibly be at the moment. I know it's because I'm talking as I'm turning around to these screens. I apologise. The polls say SNP are going to get a kicking. Happy days, yeah. That's what Scottish was mentioning. CJ thinks 3 a.m. will be seeing a clear picture of the outcomes. Those chili... I don't like peanuts. Surbiton on ITV. Surbiton sounds like an artificial sweetener. And the Harrogate. What is... Whoever's filming this on GB News is very chaotic. Yeah, Kingston and Surbiton. It's that one there. Wasn't that the suburb on Good Life, says Blue? I'm not sure. Are they announcing what is going on? Nobody knows what they're doing here. Honest to God. Yeah, same thing, yeah, Hungry Tourist. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's been delayed or what. I've no idea what's happening. Labour's on 9, according to GB News. Is that what we're on? We're on 8. So who's declared? Jesus Christ. This is a show. Who's the 9th? Who's just gone to Labour? Anyone know? Considering this reporting is absolutely shocking tonight. South Shields Labour hold. You can't go anywhere, Miss Worm. You're too much of an asset. There we go. I've not had to select another colour for the map yet. People are welcome to promote their own channels in here, CJ. More than welcome to. Often if you've got a channel and Miss Worm knows about it, she'll post a link. Obviously, I promote all the ones that I usually promote. Scottish Prepper, 73, all the people that join me on the fireside, striving for self-sufficiency, the disabled camper, and Start Prepping UK. But yeah, it's hard to just rattle them off, so better if you do your own. Seen King Charles on the new bank notes yet? I reckon they photoshopped him so he doesn't look gormless. I've not seen any of them yet. I've not seen any coins or notes or anything like that. I don't know about that, Elaine. But I appreciate the support. Oh, is this from the Labour hold that we just said? Lib Dem again. I've not seen a Lib Dem again come up yet. Yes, I assume that's from the one that we've just on. Oh no, is that the Surbiton one? Harrogate. What's going on with this reporting today? Seriously? Cramlington and Killingworth. Labour hold. Where the fudge is that? Something's going on in Swindon. No idea what's going on there. Oh. Oh, there it was. Sorry guys, I apologise that I'm quite quiet while I'm doing this. Oh crap. I've just turned everything Lib Dem. There we go. Let's go back. Lib Dems will be happy for that. Alright, Harrogate, Yorkshire area. Who stole Harrogate? It's around here somewhere. What the hell? Ah, there you are. My geography needs to improve vastly. Sorry, guys. Oh, Jesus. At least somebody else is on the board now. I should have just streamed somebody else's map, shouldn't I? Instead of trying to do all this myself. Is that, are we up to date? Are we up to date? Right, I'm gonna have to try that as a source, Johnny, because this one's just useless. Right, let's see how that goes for now. Sorry, guys, I do apologise. The smiles on these politician pigs when they realise they finally have their snout in the big parliament trough. Yeah, it's that big paycheck that comes alongside it. Hungry tourist. I did do that. Harrogate was one of the bases I went to when I was in the military, so I know where it is. Like, I could drive there with my eyes closed, but just when I was looking at the map and all the cut up regions, I'm like, where the hell is it? Mike. I won't be too insulted by that. Oh look, the Bieber finally caught up and they're letting us know about the Lib Dem. Yeah, I'm Conservative. Honestly, the reporting has been shocking. So the Lib Dem gain, yeah, the 15,000 was Conservative was the next one. But Reform is 11% of the vote share up. Nobody else is that far up, which is interesting. They're always going to have a high percentage, right? Because they're new. Yorkshire doesn't look so north when Scotland's on there. My geography is really good usually. It's just maybe I should have got something with a search on instead, so I could just type the name. Prior planning prevents piss poor performance. Anywhere is north when you're from my way in Essex. Down south. Puff Adder Penny could lose her seat, apparently. I should have had a panel of people on here. Sorry, it's just me, guys. I did invite people. South wet feet. South of Taunton, so even Bristol is north of me. God, all you guys are down in the same area. With me lonely up north. I've got the Sky News one on now. They've got some creepy 3D, well, 2D/3D projection of Keir Starmer in front of the panel table. And as the camera pans round, it's like one of those pictures that looks at you. That'd scare the kids. Yeah, it's grim up north. Yeah, but it's a cheaper pint. I wish I was Hungry Tourist, but because we're relying on the goddamn mainstream media, it's a shower compared to the last one. Hang on, what's going on there? Oh, here we go. Jarrow and Gateshead East is a Labour hold, and Stroud is a Labour hold. Another one's up here. Oh. Jarrow and Gateshead East, wasn't it? Where's Stroud? I've not heard of Stroud. That's going to be a Google. Riley and Wickford is a Conservative hold. Stroud's down south. That's why I've not heard of it. It's down with you lot. It's below Gloucestershire. That's the wrong red. That one. Down here somewhere. Am I too low? What's going on? There it is. There's Stroud. You all have to say left a bit, right a bit. And what was the other one? Riley and Wickford. And that's a Conservative, the first blue on the map. Christ almighty, this is going to get tedious. There we go. Only the third Labour gain. Essex, yeah. Cheers, guys. Stroud, Gloucestershire, yeah. I should be reading. You guys are pointing me in the right direction while I'm just fumbling around. I do apologise. Right, coffee has to happen. My eyes are working now, so back in a minute. Well, you're not thinking about showing an announcement and then not doing it, and more entertaining here. I have TV meeting. Well, it's good to know. Looked like we were going to get some sort of announcement then. So Riley and Wickford. Oh, it was showing the numbers. I've just lost it. Let's go back. Conservative. Oh, wow. Riley and Wickford, Conservative 17,756. Reform 12,000 and odd. Oof. That was close. Yeah, Conservatives have got Riley and Wickford. Thank you, Scott. That is much appreciated, my friend. Thank you very much. Get that man off my screen. Cannot stand that man. Let's update the numbers on here. Labour's into double figures. And the Conservatives have got unos. Still nil point for Reform. Ashfield look ready to announce. Something going on. Nuneaton. What the fuck? They're going to show us or just pan round it. I don't know what's going on, if it's being declared or not. 70% turnout in Stroud. Fair play. Nuneaton is a Labour gain. Yep, Labour 15,216. Workers' Party 967. Reform 9,059. Marcus Jones for Conservative. Pipped Reform 11,737. And the Green Party 2,894. That's in Nuneaton. So, Labour in Nuneaton. Let us find Nuneaton. It's round this way. Sure it is. There it is. Way, that was quick. Getting better. I have MSM Neighbour bought and paid for. It'd be comical if it wasn't so frightening. Well. We expected this. I know I'll be able to tell you where every town is by the end. Well, I won't, because I'll be that pepped up on energy drink and tired that I'll forget all of tonight. I am starring the odd donations that are coming in, so I can thank people when I do forget. I best leave PayPal open just in case anybody does that. I really need to set up my notifications better. We're good. I moved Essex to Devon. Was sat-nav ever made by a company called Spirit Level? Interesting. Interestingly, the Labour holds are a lower turnout. Yeah. Is that the protest vote just not showing up though? Reform with 21% of the vote share at the moment. Where Hedy Wolfenstein? Excuse me. Did I update Labour? Labour's on 12. I do feel like I've missed one somewhere. I'm not sure where though. If we've got a gap on the map at the very end, that's where. Oh, Labour 13. Who's just declared then? Darlington. I assume this is the Labour one. Sky News is saying 13. Declaring Peter Gibson, Conservative, 14,323. Lawler McAvoy, 16,621 Labour. Matthew Snedker, 2,847 Green Party. Simon Thorley, 1,735 Liberal Democrats. And Michael Walker, 6,852 Reform. So Labour gain from Conservative in Darlington. Expected. Now, I should know Darlington. I used to live there. It's just below Aycliffe. There we go. That's expected. Darlington always was a Labour place. It was a shock when Conservative took it in the first place, in my opinion. For somebody that used to live there. I know. Okay, save that. 13, 1 and 1. Cool. Right, where are we up to? Johnny Evans, Mike, this is preparation for the 2029 election where you'll be a famous YouTuber doing the show from your luxury bunker bought from your millions. Johnny, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen because I'm not going to be that funky guy giving you all the crazy ass news. I'm just going to be me failing along the way. Yep, everyone said Darlington. I know where it is, 4x4. I used to live there, buddy. But thank you. It would be better if this map next election, I'll have to remember for 5 years' time, I should put key cities markers on, so I know. Obviously, I know that's London and Manchester and Birmingham, but you know what I mean. At least have a reference point. Everyone should throw some sage on the fire. Is this to exorcise demons? Isn't that cleansing your house? Something like that. I don't know. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but at 2 o'clock in 2019, we'd had a lot more results than this. I'm sure of it. Johnny Evans, just remember those of us who were here in the early days and let us into your bunker. Of course. I only know that because we collect steel from there. Knowlesley, Labour hold. Why am I not seeing it then? Yeah, it's weird. They're putting the thingy up before the announcement. It's a bit slow. Is that not live? Nope, it's 30 seconds behind. No wonder. Oh my god. Stupid computer. Knowlesley, we are talking Scouseville. Oh, I was on it straight away. There we go. Labour hold for Knowlesley. Thank you for that, Miss Worm. On the ball. Okay, there we go. I haven't seen the numbers come up. I'm so awake. The rest of the house should be, so I could do the noisy stuff now. Conservatives 1,496. Is that in Knowlesley? Yeah, I haven't seen the full numbers on there yet. I think I'm approximately 30 seconds behind because I'm using the laptop to stream them in. I think you'll find that this is Britain's last general election, mate, the way things are going. Scary thought there, Wolfenstein. Scary thought. Blue wouldn't be surprised. Have you got all the numbers from Knowlesley, miss? Oh, look at that. Read my mind. Labour 24,243, Reform 5,924, Green 2,772, Conservatives 1,496. That is a drumming. Absolute drumming. On BBC, the figures they've got at the bottom are still saying 13 seats to Labour. How are the BBC so far behind? Is anybody watching it on the Beeb? I've realised what's happening. When I come off Sky News, what's this one? What's being announced? Barnsley is being announced. Right, remember Eastleigh. Barnsley looks like it's being announced live here. Just waiting. Let's get the Lib Dem. Eastleigh's down here somewhere, isn't it? Crap. Barnsley Labour hold. Reform came second with 10,799. Dan Davis first with 18,000. Leeds announcing as well. They're all going to be coming in here now. And we're going to be able to catch up. Right, let me just quickly get this in. Eastleigh, there. Right, Barnsley. Barnsley. Barnsley South. Was it Barnsley South or Barnsley North? Anyone know? Leeds Conservative 6,584. Green 3,794. Labour 18,976. Liberal Democrats 1,743. And Reform 6,281. That's Leeds, West and Pudsey. It was North. Okay, we'll go with that. So Labour in Leeds, West and Pudsley. What's going on here? Leeds is here. Oh. Leeds, West, South. Oh. Jesus. There we go. This is a talent, this. There we go. Sorry, guys. Multitasking, obviously not my strong point. 17 for Labour. 2 for... Oh, crap, I've moved that. I shouldn't move that. 2 for the Libs. Okay. Are we good? We're good. I think we're good. Barnsley North, I did Leeds. Yes, I think we're good. We're all caught up. Right, where the hell's going? What's going on with the chat? Con's taken over Reform with percentages. It's like watching painting by numbers. I've no friggin' numbers. Numbers would be easier. Basildon Billericay recount was Tory forever, Reform target possibly. Ah, interesting. Johnny Evans. Look at that. As soon as there's a chance of Reform, there's a recount. Coincidence? What do we think? Telford, Labour gained from Conservative. Telford, isn't that Midlands-ish? Could be completely wrong. Yeah, I knew it was. Ooh. Boom. Thank you for that, Miss Worm. Do my terrible paint by numbers. Johnny, next big town to me that 100% will be a Reform vote. Castle Point Conservative hold. Right, you know what I'm going to do? Let's get that Sky News feed up here on the big screen and we can actually see what's going on. There we go. Right. Get rid of you. Goodbye. Sorry guys, just trying to get a better setup so I can not miss these. So we need a blue. We need a blue. There we go. Right, hopefully. Let's move that down. There we go. Castle Point is Conservative 15,485. Reform 12,234. That's close. And Labour 9,4. 455. I feel like a lot of these Reform potential seats are going to be close like that. So, it'll be interesting anyway. Stupid thing. There we go. Trying my best. Oop. There we go. 17-2-2. We're good. Okay, we're good. Wolfine, I'm going to read your comments, guys, because every time I click on your comments to highlight it on the screen, it's knocking the Sky News screen off. And when it goes out of view, it pauses for some reason. So when you come back in, I'm a minute behind. That's why I kept missing these. So I'm just going to read them out. So Wolfenstein says, good grief, Reform nearly nicked that one. Reform pushing Tories into third in a lot of seats, says Miss Worm. Yeah. I think either way, there's lots of positives to come out of this for Reform. I think we'll see the spin on that after. Just keep an eye out for anyone else declaring on here. I've never seen the, what did you say, the Bolshevik Broadcast Centre, BBC, be so far behind everyone else. Blackpool South, Labour gain from Conservative. Where are you getting your information, Miss Worm? I thought I was on track now. Right. Definitely know where Blackpool is. It's up here. There we go. Swindon next. Oh yeah, we've got Swindon up on the screen here. Let's have a listen in. The Sky News app. I've got Sky News playing on the browser, so I don't know, maybe I'm just further behind. Up north with our dodgy slow connections. I'll update the numbers in a second. Swindon North, Andy Bentley, Green Party, 2,366. Flo Clucas, 2,086. Wow, that's close. Independent, Debbie Hicks, 260. Not sure what party that is. Some other independent, I think. 139. TUSC. Labour, Will Stone, 17,930. Conservative, Justin Tomlinson, 13,827. And Reform, Les Willis, 7,557. Labour gain from Conservative, Swindon North. Where am I going? Brain. Should know that did. Swindon next, Swindon Labour. North is about 20 years behind, isn't it? Yeah, Gas Telly's up here. Trade Union Party, mate. Oh, that's who it is. Okay. Cheers, Wolfenstein. Miss Worm, Reform lost the Tories that seat. Greens consistently beating the Lib Dems. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. what's going on here. Lee and Southwest London we're looking at the moment. It's way too early to tell, but you know, Labour at the moment. Oh, numbers. I remembered. Labour 19. Conservative 2, Lib Dem 2. There we go. What's happening here? Oh, Wigan. Wigan. Looks like we're going to have two announcements at the same time here. We've gone to Wigan. I don't know where that is. Used to live there as well. Lee and Atherton. Don't look like they've got a Reform seat in Lee and Atherton. Unless it's on, you know. So, English Democrats, Craig Buckley, 376. Amelia Jones from the Green Party, 1,653. Messed up name. Oh, somebody's messed up on the graphics. Oh, oh wow. Somebody's fired. I couldn't see, but Labour was like 19,000 and odd before the graphics messed up, and I've no audio, so I cannot see. Here we go. Joel Platt, 19,971. Reform was on 11,000. They don't give you enough time to check. It was them that messed the graphics up. But Reform was second in Lee and Atherton with an 8,000 deficit. Did you say Battersea was declared there? Yeah. Battersea. To get it on this map, won't I? Oh, I don't know London at all. Somebody give me a clue. Oh, there it is. Whee! Lee and Atherton. There. Widnes and Halewood. Oh. Christ. It's around here somewhere. Oh, there we go. Boom. Joe Platt won, Lee and Atherton. George Woodward was 11,090. Michael Winstanley, Conservative, 6,483. Amelia Jones Green, 1,653. Oh crap, they're all coming in now. I'm not going to be able to keep up with this. Right. I need a team. I need a team of people doing this. Right. Colchester. Did you say Labour? Yes, Labour gain. Barnsley South Labour hold. There we go. Barnsley. Where's Vale of Glamorgan? Vale of Glamorgan. That's a new one on me. Oh, it's Welsh. There we go. What was that one? That was Labour. Wales, yeah. Broxbourne is Conservative. If we get through this, deserve a goddamn medal. Will it be on this bit, or is it higher than that? Come on. That's Hatfield. Can't find it. You're not having it. What was it called again? I've lost the name. Broxbourne. Where the hell's Broxbourne? Oh. Ooh, there it is. Little bugger. Jesus Christ. What was that? They keep moving them off the screen. Reading Central is Labour. Reading's around here somewhere, right? What was it? Reading. It's fucking gone off the screen. Was it Reading Central? I don't know. It's the only Reading I can find. I didn't go to uni, Johnny. Reading's around there, but I was trying to. It's gone off my screen. If it was Reading, what Reading it was? Was it Reading West? Reading Central. We'll go with Reading Central. If it was wrong, it's fine. Runcorn. Jesus Christ, they're all gonna come in too quick now. Might have to give up on the map, guys. Runcorn. Redcar's up here. Yeah, I know Redcar. Whitehaven. Ashfield. Reform gained Ashfield from Conservative. Nice. Guys, I really genuinely might have to give up on the map because the speed they're coming in is just going to be too quick. Which I hate to do, but... Yeah, Lee Anderson Lee Anderson's one of the big names because he obviously was a Conservative candidate. He's the one that's got Ashfield. Right. You ready for this? Completely cheating the system here. Where's it gone? Okay. Bear with me, guys. This is gonna work out for the better. Okay. Is that okay, guys? Should have done that in the first place, but I don't know why I was bothered about copyrights. I'm not even monetized, so right. What's happening in Glasgow? Right, we can actually talk and get the news up and stuff now then. Right, here we go. Let's find you all. Sorry guys, really do apologise. I should have thought of how quick they're going to come in. I had a team of people doing my map, but it is what it is. Cheers, John. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. Reform take a Tory seat. Yeah, that was expected, that one, Wolfenstein, because like I say, Lee Anderson, I think he was originally Conservative. He's got a lot of popularity in Ashfield as it is, but he's gone over there. And the Conservative candidate has come in with 3,000. He got 17,062. The next nearest was Labour at 11,533. So that's a cracking result, to be fair. But that sealed the deal when it comes to that payment. So now the number of votes is going to generate that money for Reform, which is great. I'm going to check for you now. Boston and Skegness constituency, Richard Tice. Oh yeah, Johnny Evans already, he's way ahead of me. Tice in Boston, Habib in Wellingborough. Half of Scotland has disappeared. Don't blame me, blame the Independent. It's a much easier map when they've got it like that. So I'll just see if it refreshes. Let's hope it refreshes itself and I don't have to hit page refresh on it every 2 minutes. So we shall see as another result comes in. So I can update my numbers though now that I'm not mapping. Labour 35, Cons 3, and get that Reform one on there. Come on the boys. 1. Woo! That's all we needed. Everything else is a bonus. There we go. Putney, Labour hold. Bootle, Labour hold. Tynemouth, Labour hold. Are they on here? Time mouths up here. Oh, it's not updating, is it? Oh. Yeah, there you go. I just need to reload the frame. I'm okay. I can do that. They're scared now. Cops were called in Glasgow, something to do with vote rigging. That was the last thing I heard. ECAT, thank you for that. That's interesting. We'll have to have a look into that further. It looks like they've just highlighted the seats in Scotland. Was someone trying to vote multiple times? Says Scott Cable. Let's see if we can see what's going on. Glasgow, incorrect voting instructions removed from polling station. Glasgow voters head to the polls. Wrong in voting instructions were shown in Glasgow polling station. That's what I've got. Police investigate cases of suspected voter fraud in Glasgow 37 minutes ago. Middlesbrough and Thornbury Labour hold. Police in Glasgow are investigating cases suspected voter fraud. Glasgow City Council reported 4 cases of alleged personation following Thursday's poll. The offence occurs when a person votes as someone else. It's understood that alleged incidents 2 are being investigated in Glasgow South West seat and 1 in Glasgow West. A spokesman for the council said, over the course of the day we have received 4 reports of potential personation at polling places. There you go. Them 4 votes might have made all the difference. Swansea West Labour hold. They were deep. As with somebody who visits Scotland often, I completely get you. Glasgow is the communist capital in Scotland. I'm not even joking. London North. Is that Starmer's seat, London North? Labour gain Rushcliffe from Conservative. Yes, Reform has Ashfield. Update the numbers. Michael, before you forget. They're ticking over now. Start to see them rolling now. Labour gain Earwash. They attacked Nigel in the street when he visited. Where did... Oh, Glasgow. Yeah. Rough. In your best world scenario, who would you rather win? For policies, I'd rather Reform win, if that's what we're talking about. Unless you follow that up with Bear versus Shark or something. But yeah, Reform based on the policies. When I first read them, this is before Farage, before anyone says anything. I was reading them and it just felt like when you sit down with your mates and you think and you have them conversations in the pub and you're like, we know how to fix the country. How do the people in charge not know? And that's what the vibe I got when I was reading the reform policies. So yeah, that's what kind of drew me to them. And this was before the whole Farage appointment. Wouldn't it be funny as hell if leaders weren't voted in their own constituencies? Yeah, well, they make sure that happens, don't they? Oh. Sky News has turned into a pixelated mess on my screen. What is going on at all? I think that's optimistic with the exit polls, but you could be right, Hector. That would be great for them if it is. That's a lot of money coming into the party, which is all gearing up for 2029 unless we force Labour into another snap election. Camden election. Looks like they're getting the stage ready. Speaker holds Chorley, which is Conservative, I believe. And Sefton Central is a Labour hold. So that's 41. And Conservatives are up to 4. Don't know what's going on in North London. It looks like chaos. Say it without smoking a vape, please. Sorry. This is what happens when I can't snack. If it offends you, I apologise, but it's better than 20 Benson Edges. Can't believe they found that many people that like Starmer in one room. I voted Cheese and Wine Party, which seems to be basically whoever wins, win-win situation. Starmageddon on the way for sure, folks. We will definitely do a couple of follow-up videos in the next few days, I'm sure, of how you can prepare for Starmageddon. If I was going to start smoking again, this week would have made me do it. Yeah. Right, what's going on? And a flurry then, and then all of a sudden it's quieting down again while we just watch Starmer run round. Labour's up to 42. Let's update that. Live coming from southwest London. By the way, Sefton Central and Leighton and Wanstead are Labour holds. But this is southwest London we're looking at the moment. Speaker was Labour. Ah, right, okay. My bad. Chorley, yeah. No. Speaker's Conservative. Conservatives winner 2024, Chorley. Not my bad. Waiting on Rochdale. We're at here. Said London a minute ago. The guys doing the graphics on Sky are a bit slow at the moment. Labour gain Wrexham. They're not giving us graphics for the Rochdale one. They're just reading them out. So without my audio, that's no good. Pontypridd, hold Labour. Rochdale, hold Labour. Let's see if we can... Rochdale, Paul Wu, 13,000. George Galloway, 11,508. Michael Howard from Reform, 6,773. Paul Ellison from Conservative, 4,273. And Other, 4,028. Just a 1,539 majority there. All those people that didn't go out, who said they were going to vote Reform, could have actually made a massive difference in these places. I'm starting to think. Night 4x4, cheers for coming in. Really appreciate your support. Right, I've got to touch the audio now for when we need it, that's fine. Yeah, no more George Galloway in Parliament. That's going to please a lot of people, I think. A lot of people that sit near him anyway. Update the numbers. Nothing for Green at all in SNP yet. I want to see who wins the Brexit capital of the UK. That will tell me all I need to know. What's the Brexit capital of the UK? I'm not even going to pretend I know what that is. Where that is. Right, I have to get Tanny ready for work. Back in a bit. We'll listen on my phone. Thank you, Blue. Appreciate you being here. Tipton and Wednesbury is a Labour gain. $46 on Labour. Green will get Brighton, says Miss Worm. You know what? We might have to skip the keto and snack on something. Some ration pack chocolate cake. There you go. We're prepper related as well as the elections. Should I check the date or should I just go with it. 2026, we're good. Apparently 4 of the ones that were in the list for Reform to get, Labour have got. So if the exit poll is something to go by, we could be down to 9 seats. South West London about to announce. It's alright, but it's more like saurine than chocolate. That's got to be Monster Raving Loony Party, right? Workers' Party 395. Monster Raving Loony Party 230. Green Party 3009. Ed Davey 25,000 on the Lib Dems. Obviously he's going to get that. Conservatives 8,600. They need to put the numbers up. They're not putting the graphics on, guys. Sorry. But yeah, Ed Davies won South West London. There you go. Reform got 4,787 in that seat with Ed Davey. Kilmarnock and Loudon is a Labour gain. Islington South and Finsbury is a Labour hold. Huntington Conservative hold. That's not come up on mine yet. Yes, now it has. You're about 10-15 seconds ahead of me. Carlsberg and a pack of MRE mixed nuts. Welcome to a prepper election. We're all sat here eating things out of an MRE. Ealing and Central Acton, Labour hold. Labour up to 49 now. 50, apparently. They just hit 50. Don't know who that was. This worm is on fire, says Elaine. It certainly is. Ashton-under-Lyne, Labour hold. Coventry East, Labour hold. Yeah, Cambridgeshire North East, Conservative hold. Ugh, I cannot stand Angela Rayner. Also had a kebab, shared it with a dog. The dog smells like a Tory manifesto. Oh dear. Ashton-under-Lyne. Angela Rayner's constituency, 15,573. Reform, 8,784. In her constituency, that had her worried. The downside with that cake, it's just all in bits. It's not very dignified. Alright, we want to sound like we're so in touch with people that I'm going to talk like this. Yep. Southport, Labour gain. That was what Dave was waiting for. Gower, Labour hold. 54 on Labour now. Get her off my screen. Watch how to shut up Angela Rayner. Much better. Yeah, she did. She voted to get rid of the nuclear deterrent, didn't she? The last thing I heard was a conspiracy that she's gonna go for the Prime Minister job and basically go behind Keir Starmer's back. Labour gains Stevenage from Conservative. Farage getting out the car in Clacton, I believe. Can't stand her. Can't stand her. Easington, Labour hold. Barrow and Furness is Labour gain from Conservative. Flying in now. Suffolk West Conservative hold, Labour 61, Conservative 7, Lib Dem 3, Reform 1. That's what we're on, isn't it? Oh no, 7. Next election, Miss Worm, whatever you're doing, I'll pay for your hotel near me. You can come and do my you can come and do it with me. Scunthorpe, Labour gain. Labour gained Dumbartonshire from SNP. Still a lot to go. Still a lot to go. Leicester West, Labour hold. Markerfield, Labour hold. Tooting, Labour hold. Bishop Auckland, Labour gain. That's where I was born. All my connections are betraying me. Thank you, Sambo. Appreciate the support. The sovereignty candidate got 73 votes. Landslide city for the Bolsheviks 2024, says Wolfenstein. Will the result of this affect the way you prep, guys? Interested to know. Who's winning at the minute? It is Labour. A recount somewhere, didn't see where that was. Newcastle North, Labour hold. Lewisham East, Labour hold. What TV channel is saying 2 total? I know the feeling, Miss Worm. I'm wondering how I'm going to move most of my preps. We are 8 on Conservative now, as far as I'm aware. All sorted there, Amphia, all sorted. I'm already prepped and ready and have been for over 30 years. Bit jealous of that there, ECAT. It means we're running out of time in regards to keeping our personal freedoms. Prepping is now more essential than ever, says Wolfenstein. Guys, you guys are contributing great to this tonight. If you want to come and talk to me on a prepper podcast or anything like that, ping me an email, ukurbanprepper@gmail.com. I'd love to set something up and get to know you a bit more and what you're doing and why you're prepping. Labour gain. Labour hold Luton, Labour gain Bolsover. Johnny Evans, yes, I've always been prudent with money and now slightly older. I have savings and pension funds and worried about that being nicked off me and redistributed. Yeah, this is true. Any shocks there, hungry tourist? Any shocks at all? Lib Dems gain Chelmsford. Harlow Lib again. We're in London North. Keir Starmers. We'll hold on doing the numbers while we listen to this. $162 votes for the Monster Raving Loony Party. 2,236 for the Lib Dems. Don't know who that was. Lots of independents on here. 2,776 for Conservative. UKIP's in there, 75. Reform, 2,371. $19 votes for Elmore. Keir Starmer, 18,000. No surprise in his own constituency. Right, let's do these numbers quickly. Christ, they're going up quicker than I can keep up. in Keir Starmer's, there was an independent, Andrew Feinstein, who got 7,312, and he was second place in that. Go on, say your dad was a toolmaker. Say it. Do the line. Do the line. The one thing Orwell didn't get quite right was the INGS, INGSOC banner didn't have a rainbow flag like the ones that flutter around Lundistan. The government will try and move for sure. We'll try that move for sure, especially when we lose the use of physical cash. Scott Cable, cash is king. Don't let the banks take a cut of every transaction. Exeter Labour hold. Coventry North West Labour hold. 80 on Labour now. Don't talk shit, you're not going to change anything. Wigan Labour hold. Worcestershire Labour hold. Labour gain, sorry. Very true. Very true, ECAT. That's very deep for this time of the morning, Sambo. What we do in life echoes in eternity. Lib Dem game, Charleston from Castleton? Can't read. Can't speak. I'm broken. Carshalton and Wallington. Yeah, that's it. Car shall run. Okay. Thank you, Elaine. Go to bed, Miss Worm. That's 3.5 hours sleep. I appreciate you here always, but you need to sleep. Conservatives hold Epping Forest. Labour hold Bermondsey and Old Southwark. Labour hold Luton South and South Bedfordshire. Conservatives have only just hit double figures. I agree, Elaine. Blues self-reliance. Problem is they all do enough good to be forgiven for the immense bad, and each time it gets worse and people hang on to the one thing they did right, and that's with all of them. True. The worst theme tune for an election ever. Things can only get better. How wrong they were. Wolfenstein. The central bankers have run their blue horse into the ground, so now they'll use their red horse instead. ECAT, the central bankers never lose the race for number 10. It is true. Missworm, me too. I was a little kid back then on strike with my dad on the picket line, and I played snooker with a very famous person that night. Ooh, do tell. Do tell. Going to bed by candlelight. Well, could be them times all over again. I'm staying up till Nigel get in, hopefully not 5 years. I feel my eyes getting smaller. Willan Hatfield. Just waiting for that to come in. Paisley and Renfrewshire. South is a Labour gain. Here we go. Reform. $6,397. Green Party 2,986. Labour 19,870 something. $3,117 Lib Dem. Shapps Grant 16,000. So he's lost his seat. That's a cabinet minister down to Labour. Labour gain. Whew, it's happening. Oh, it's happening. Ian Duncan Smith's seat's up now. Chingford. $1,334. Green Party. Conservative 17,281. Ian Duncan Smith. Lib Dems 1,275. $3,653 for Reform. Independent got 12,445. Wow. Labour 12,000. So Conservative hold that seat. I'm on it, Miss Worm. I'm on it. Thank you. Yeah, the Conservative holds are Chingford and Woodford Green, Grantham and Bourne, and the Wyre Forest. Let's refresh the map, because I know the Wyre Forest not on there. There we go. There it is. Only a dose of antibiotics will get rid of Ian Duncan Smith. Lovely man though, I will never forget that night. Quite like Ian Duncan Smith, at least you know where you're at with him. Sutton Cheam, Lib Dem gain. Hexham, Labour gain. West Bromwich, Labour gain. Labour gain Lothian East from SNP. Storming Norman. Labour not far off triple figures now. Clacton-on-Sea going to announce soon. I really hope Nigel's in. Genuinely. Labour hold Liverpool Riverside. Labour hold Ealing Southall. Oh, all these Labour voters got a lot of explaining to do. Not yet, but soon. Norfolk Mid Conservative hold. There might be no SNP at the end of the night. Genuine. Labour's just hit 100. Plaid Cymru gained a seat. They'll be on my other numbers, I'm afraid. Aberdeen North is SNP hold. The only politician I've ever seen who literally celebrated in public when removed benefits from the poor and the sick. We don't care about Grant Shapps' speech. Let's show me the results in Clacton. Bolton. Newcastle East and Wallsend Labour hold. Sleaford and North Hycombe Conservative hold. Labour gain Burton and Uxeter from Conservatives. Yeah, somebody just messed up. I think somebody at the Independent had messed up the map. I don't know why that was that colour. Thank you for being here, Hector. If you're new, don't forget to subscribe, people. Much appreciated. Noah Lane, it was on there and the colour was set to reform. Somebody had obviously messed up. But yeah, it's a plaid Cymru seat. Cambridge Labour hold. Lib Dem gains Stamford from Conservative. Stratford, sorry. Stamford. Thank you, ECAT or Ekati. Thanks for coming in. Really appreciate you being here. Come on, they're dilly-dallying. They don't want to announce Clacton, I'm telling you. They're trying to delay it as much as possible. Still recounting in Basildon. Someone's not happy with who won. Yeah, well, if it doesn't go their way, they'll want to recount 15 times, won't they? Imagine how many recounts they're going to ask for in 2029. What's going on? Oh, I've moved that whole thing, that's why. Just me breaking my own screen. Basildon three-way split according to exit polls, so could be all three asking for recounts. Oh, Corbyn's seat, Islington North. $1,661 Lib Dems. Pfft. Corbyn. 24,000. I can't stand it. What's going on there? I've got SMP as one. 32. Green Party 2,660. $16,800 odd for the Labour vote. Ugh, God. Corbyn back in Parliament. Time to emigrate. Still a communist, right? Oh. Paul Jostling and his 32 friends. I mean, if anyone ran as an independent, surely you've got more than 32 friends in your local area on social media. You should be able to get more than that. Clacton's declaring. Lib Dems 2016. Farage 21,000. Couldn't hear the rest. Climate Party 48. Other independent. $1,935 for Green. Labour 7,000. Conservatives 12,820. Farage is in. Get in. Chug. He's right. No money. Few weeks to go to an election. I'm probably the same, Miss Worm. Many people just wake up in the morning and turn the news on, right? Yep. Oh, he's telling some truths. He's telling some truths on that stand. So if Starmageddon doesn't happen and we survive 5 more years, that could be the next PM. That's what I need, what they've got in the studio. All the screens. Let's update these numbers. Boreham Wood. Independent 536. 21,000 Conservative. 2,200 for Green. 3,710 for Lib Dems. Reform. 6,584. Labour Party 13,000. Conservative hold. Independent refusing to put the other Reform seat on the map at the moment. Who else is on 2? Sorry. SMP's on 2. And what? Tiredness kicking in there, Miss Worm. I won't. Slough Labour hold, Romsey and Southampton North Conservative hold, Aberdeen South SNP hold. Bristol South Labour hold, St Helens North Labour hold. Oh dear, first yawn. They changed our boundary, so we might change from Conservative for the first time in about 70 years. Reform gain Great Yarmouth from Conservative. Superb. So we're on 3 for SNP, I think. Night Wolf, thanks for joining. Yeah. Reform won by 2,000 in Great Yarmouth. Oh, Jesus. Stop yawning. Come on, Mike. Great Yarmouth was close, yeah. 1,400 thereabouts in between it. A win's a win. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry, guys. Keep yawning. Trying not to. JT and Antonini, I think that's right. Watching from the US, supporting reform with all that I understand. Not that it matters. Also, it's Independence Day here, so it may be illegal for me to talk to anyone in Britain for another hour or so. It's alright. In Britain, it's the 5th, so you're safe. You're safe. Labour lost another seat to an independent. Stoke-on-Trent, Labour gain. Carlisle, Labour gain. Nottingham North and Kimberley, Labour hold. Warrington North, Labour hold. They're absolutely storming now. We expected it though. We expected it. I'm worried I could sleep here sat up. I've got to be careful. I don't even know how long the stream's been going for. I don't have a timer. Oh yeah, I do. 5 hours and 14 minutes we've been live for, guys. Advert free. All for you guys. Labour gain Milton Keynes from Conservative. I am tired, Elaine. Oh. You know, if my mother said to me one day I'd be sitting at my desk at 3 a.m. watching election results and sewing ripped pants so someone could go to work without his butt hanging out. But here I am. Not even watching the election. Watching some crazy ass prepper run his own election show. Terribly. And fall asleep on the mic. You and me both, Miss Worm. Listen, we'll see how big the channel is by 2029. I'll pay you for an election show. Alliance gain in Lagan Valley. Conservative hold in Myriad Solihull East. SF hold. Plaid Cymru gain from Conservative in Welsh names. Double D. Cla. No, double D's the. So it's Carathin? Possibly. 162 on Labour now. 30 on Conservative. 18 on Lib Dem. Excuse me. Haven't slept in 5 years, Miss Worm. Welcome. You haven't slept in 5 years? How are you living? I am good to my word, Miss Worm. I am good to my word. Here we go. Chichester. Labour gained Dunstable for Conservative. Lib Dems. 25,540. That's got to be your winner there, right? Labour Party 3,165. Yes, it was Lib Dem. Reform 7,850. All these numbers are good, they all add up. Independent 190. Conservatives 13,368. So Chichester's going to have Lib Dem. Oh, Fareham. This is Suella Braverman. $17,500 and odd for Suella. Reform 9,084. $11,400 Labour. Lib Dem 9,000. Suella Braverman's kept a seat. Labour hold Peckham. Labour hold York Central. Lib Dem game Chichester. Broken. Reload the map. Grimsby and Cleethorpes. This is the Lincolnshire area. Green Party. 1,150. Reform. 10,533. Independent. Crap. Lib Dems. 1,036. Leonici. 8,269. Labour 15,300. So Reform came second in that one again. Oh, Burnley's gone Labour. Labour gained Burnley. I'm moving. Oh, God. Green's got a seat. They're off the marker, Green, with Bristol. We expected that one. Other 9, that's what I've not updated. Thank you, Miss Worm. On the ball, you legend. Basildon and Billericay. Isn't that where Gavin was from, and Gavin and Stacey? Here we go. Reform. 11,354. Green 2023. $12,885 for Labour. $12,905. Conservative. Wow. 12,905 for Conservative, 12,885 for Labour, 11,354 for Reform. That was the tightest race so far we've had. shut up. Stupid commentary. Labour 7,200. Sod off independence. Lib Dems 1375. Green 1506. 15,520 for Tice. Conservative 13,000. Yeah, we got another one, guys. We got another one. That's 4 seats. Might not sound like much, but to have Tice and Farage in there, that's a good combination to have in there. Is that SMP 4 now then, yeah? DUP hold upper ban. Lib Dem gain Thornbury and Yates. Labour gain Milton Keynes. What are you on about? SMP Reform's already on 4. I thought SMP just held 1 as well. Guys, if anybody goes to bed in the next 5-10 minutes, good night. Oh, I'm just gonna have a break. What's going on here? Northallerton. Right. I'm going to have a quick coffee break, guys. So, if you're still here when I get back, I will see you shortly. Oh, here we go. It's the useless Penny Mordaunt from the TV debates. Got new numbers. Hi guys, sorry about that. Does MC Hammer know that Penny Mordaunt stole his trousers? That's the question I've got. Green's got another seat. Suffolk Coastal from Conservatives. I didn't even go for coffee. I've gone for a cup of tea. I'll be asleep shortly. Lib Dem, Simon Dodd. 3,031. Amanda Martin, Labour Party. Oh, the graphics messed up again. What is going on? 14,995, I think he said. Penny Mordaunt. 13,000. She's lost her seat. Nearly 1,000 seats in it. Green got 1,851. Reform 8,501. They came third in that one. Mercer's gone, says Johnny Evans. Wow, this is insane. We expected this landslide, so it's no surprise, but just seeing it unfold is surreal. Didn't think we had this many idiots in one country. But clearly, we need to start our own nation, guys. Someone needs firing at Sky News. Whoever's doing the graphics, no idea what they're doing. Can't keep up with these numbers. Seriously, it's insane. It's not even that expensive. We can get an island off the coast of Scotland. Lib Dems gain Glastonbury from Conservatives. All these Conservative head honchos going. Can you imagine if Sunak doesn't win his? We do. We need another result. What's up, Tuck? Good morning. Come on, we don't need to see Penny Mordaunt for this long. Bores the hell out of me. 7 cabinet ministers have lost their position. Paul Jostling still on the lowest number of votes. Was that the 32 guy? That's some sort of record if he holds that, right? Oh yes, yeah. The guy on stage dressed as Elmo got 17 votes. Oh, I'll tell you what, if Sunak lost his seat to Reform, that would be some icing on the cake. If you got 17 votes, you'd definitely be going home counting your family members and who live near you, who your friends are, and thinking, who the hell didn't vote for me? I think she means the background of the SNP. Yeah, cup of tea locking. We shall see. That'll be just as a Reform vote's about to come in. You've got to see Sunak's seat, haven't you, before you go? Lib Dems got Dumbartonshire from SNP. What's Labour gain Shrewsbury, Conservative hold Berwick, Labour gain Filton and Bradley Stoke, Lib Dem game Norfolk from Conservatives. I hope he's paying you, Miss Worm. Get yourself to bed, Miss Worm. I'll be the last man standing. Bye, Miss Worm. Thank you very much for helping out. You're an absolute star. Oh, come on. Somebody else will have to every so often shout at me going, update the numbers. Finchley and Golders Green, Labour gain. Wimbledon, Lib Dem game. Bromsgrove, Conservative hold. Altrincham, Labour gain. Bexlheath and Crayford, Labour gain. Labour gain. Can't keep up with the Labour gains. Jumping up in fives. Edinburgh South, Labour gain. Merthyr Tydfil, Labour hold, and Edinburgh, Labour hold. Lib Dem game, Dorking and Hawley. Labour hold, Doncaster North. Labour gain, Mansfield. Labour gain, Clyde East. Hold, Leeds South. Lib Dem hold, Bath. Whew. We've just passed 6 hours. 6 hours. Woo! Still alive, still going. Who's still awake? Oh my god, can't even eat. Elaine, Hungry Tourist, and gin. Red sky in morning, shepherd's warning. Lanks lass is still awake. need coffee. Oh. At some point I am gonna give up. 6 hours. 6 hours. Madness. Push through. Yeah, but you could tell when I'm getting tired, Blue, because I just forget to talk. So I'll just sit here like that. Here we go. Rishi Sunak's seat coming up shortly. Not many more till they get past the post. Yep, I know. So when does dinghy become an essential item? This is dodgy. So where the Prime Minister's thing is, they go down to a private room and give them the provisional results. No worries, Hungry Tourist. Thank you for your support all night. Been a hero. Much appreciated. Coffee and Swiss roll. No. It's a one-off, Elaine. You're all right. You're all right. You're forgiven. Well, I think that's a thing, so the PM isn't embarrassed in public by hearing the news in front of everyone. They have a chance to put on their face. Well, the pundits on Sky News seem to think he's going to win the seat easily. So East Ham Labour hold, Kensington Labour hold, Camborne Labour gain. I didn't make you do nothing. Well, don't blame me. Don't blame me. I've broke my keto diet tonight for you lot. It is daylight though. I can see the light starting to come through the window. Where are we at here? Oh. Morning, Louise. We've not gone to bed yet. Oh, here we go. Rishi Sunak's. Oh. Waverley, the Chancellor. First. I'd like to be a fly on the wall for that one. They've got two playing at once. I can't hear them. Oof. Jeremy Hunt held onto his seat by 1,000 votes. Lib Dem almost stole it. Hang on. Sunak. $2,058 for the Greens. $308 for Count Binface. It's just all the independents at the moment. Rishi Sunak. 23,059. Reform. 7,142. Labour. 10,874. Rishi Sunak's kept his seat. Let's see what he's got to say for himself. Let's update the numbers, guys. 62 on Conservatives. Nearly at 300 Labour. Oh, they are. They've just hit 300. $39 Lib Dems. He's just thanking everyone. Basically said, he's thank you, I'm going to fly to London, resign and come back. In the next few days, I believe. Yeah, Monday morning, yeah, more than likely. But basically, Rishi's just conceded the election there and then on the stand. Excuse me. Really? Is he in Edinburgh at the moment then? could you could smell the disappointment in him. It was beautiful. Labour only needs 17 more seats to win. We knew it was coming, but I'm surprised we've not had any more reforms, to be fair. Lots of second places. The share of the vote's interesting. Yeah, the actual share of the vote's quite good, so it'll be interesting moving forward. This guy's interviewing on Sky News and it's been announced behind him and he's not even... Ten seats to win for Labour. 7 seats to go. Christ, can't keep up with these numbers. 6 seats to go. It's the countdown to Starmageddon. Four seats to go. Two seats to go. One more seat to go. There you go. They've done it. So what now? 5 years of hurt. That's what's now. That's what's years now. We're just hoping that Reform can get a few more seats now, a lot more share of the vote, which will produce income and money, which will get them to mount a proper challenge in the next one. Yeah. Oh well, so about that island, yeah. Yeah. Get me to 1 million subs, I'll buy us an island. What's going to be crazy, Elaine, is for a year from now, the good times are probably going to roll. So buy and prep what you can, because they're like a kid with a credit card. They will spend for this first year, and then it'll start to feel. The worst performance from the Conservatives in 2 centuries, they've just said. Wow. I might emigrate for 5 years, then come back. Try again. Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat. Looney Party 211. Greens 3,222. $231 for an independent. Reform 7,424. $20,000 for Dan Norris, the Labour Party. $15,000. Jacob Rees-Mogg is gone. You might be alone in that thinking in here, Sarah. It's not good for the country, I'm afraid, in my opinion. Definitely gin. That's what it's been for years upon years, Blue. You've got Conservatives getting us out of austerity and having to make cuts and stuff like that to get us back up. Labour come in, spend everything, leave a stupid note saying we spent all the money. Conservatives come in, build it back, start to build it up again, drops back down, and we're just doing this. And we need a third option. Restore Britain to the service of working people. You are full of crap. Welcome back, the Benefit Party. I can't listen to that much shit. I'm going to mute him. Starmageddon has begun, people. Head to the shelters. Run for the hills. Start your green card applications. I think I'm going to call it shortly. Because we're just waiting on the final numbers now, and I'll do a catch-up video this weekend to go through it all, because I need to sleep. But we managed 6.5 hours together. Awesome. Still able to get a couple of years of Choco Ration for £10 at Tesco's. There we go. While they've got this idiot on the screen, they're not showing us the numbers. So anything could be going on right now, and we don't know. So I'm waiting for this mug to go off to see if anything's happened, and then I'm going to call it. Thank you, Elaine. Appreciate you. And thank you to everyone that's been involved tonight. Thank you to CJ for the 2 donations and to Scott Cable for the donation. It's really appreciated. Getting a bit back off this has helped because I didn't want to put adverts on. Nobody wants to watch election results with adverts halfway through. I'll just charge you all for a Mike TV license later on. Time to look for a nice abandoned mansion in Wales. Methinks it's cheaper than emigrating anywhere. Scotland's actually probably your better price, and you can get go and live on an island off Scotland. Yeah, appreciate it, Blue. I am literally just waiting for Starmer to disappear off my screen so I can see if there's any quick changes to the numbers before I end it. I'd like to end it on accurate numbers at least. Oh, there we go. They'll put them on the bottom now. 7341 Labour. Let's update these before we're done. '73 Conservative, 46 for the Lib Dems. Why is it going to work there? I don't think there's been any more for Reform because they're not reporting it separately now. They're just lumping it in with the others. There's still 158 seats to be called, so we might still see a couple more Reform seats, hopefully. All helps the party. Global warming though, Blue, come on, it'll be a tropical island before we know it. Right, yeah, I'm going to call it, guys. He's going to just go. This speech is going to drone on forever, and I'm not interested. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. You're awesome. And yeah, there's no outro because I've not set it up, so I'm just going to cut off. Thanks, guys. Much love.